Apologies from Councillor Nicholl, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Hislop and Councillor Ogilvie.
And are there any declarations of interest?
Item 19, the Wheaty Day Centre. I'm on the management committee and I'm also a neighbour to the property.
Item 8, Chairman, the applicant is known to me.
Is that everybody? Thompson?
Item 8, I have actually spoken to some of the residents around this application and also the applicant. However, I don't believe that would impair my judgment in any way, but I'm prepared to take governance advice on it.
Okay, so do you want to leave that till you get to the time, or do you want it now?
Okay. Unless you feel that you've prejudiced or prejudged this application, then it's entirely up to you.
I should have said, Chair, that I do intend to remain for the debate on item 8 because I don't think that my knowledge of the applicant will prejudge my decision.
Thank you for that. I would like to remind everyone present that the meeting will be recorded and that the recording will be subsequently available for public listening. So it is being recorded today. The system is back working. Can we go to the minute of the meeting of 24th April? Can we agree the minute? Okay. Can I then ask the clerk to take us through the way of proceedings for today? Thank you.
The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or an area planning manager or other appointed officer will make a short statement addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital interviews. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. For those applications which are in accordance with the Council policy subject to public speaking, then the order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows. Third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee and such members should withdraw from the committee chamber after the presentation, and applicants or their agents. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak in respect of the application to come forward, sit in a reserved seat and make the presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. When each presentation is completed, people should immediately return to their seats. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application, or if the application is a major development significantly contrary to the development plan or a national development, agree a recommendation to be made to full council who will determine the application. The decision notice will be issued after a period of 48 hours has passed. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered in the period specified in Council policy. These individuals have all had their registration to speak confirmed and no other persons will be allowed to speak. Representatives have been placed in alphabetical order. A copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer in the notes of our proceeding. Representations on planning applications must be made on the basis of valid planning matters only. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read that report. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, excepting for national and major developments, which by their nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. This should allow sufficient time for interested parties to make relevant points. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take it.
Thank you for that. Can we then move into the applications eligible for public speaking? Item 4 is Little Spyland near Kirkcudbright. Planning application for erection of one wind turbine, 50 metres high to hub, 74 metres high to blade tip, and formation of hard-standing access track and associated transformer. The case officer today is Judith Turnbull. Judith, can you take us through the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Is this an application for a wind turbine at Little Spyland? This is a location plan. This is not the slide I was expecting, but it doesn't matter. The A75 shown on the left-hand side, top left-hand side of the application site, of the image. The development site is adjacent to the B727, which is the back road between Gelston and Kirkcudbright. This is the block plan. It shows the existing, there's a new access track through an existing gated access, which comes off the B727, and the access track loops round to the site, which is between the peaks of Black Eldrig and White Eldrig. These have summits of about 169 metres above sea level. And the diagram at the bottom shows the layout of the turbine area with the crane and turbine position. This is just an elevation of the turbine, 74 metres to tip and 50 metres to the hub, and a 48-metre diameter rotor. The turbine would have a semi-matte finish in pale grey. This is the ZTV zone of theoretical visibility. It's shown out to 25 kilometres, and the lines, the concentric circles, are at 5 kilometre intervals. You can see that the visibility is contained. Maybe you can't really see, it's not that clear, but the visibility is contained to the west by Kinharrow Hill Range and to the east by Scriel and Ben Gairn. Visibility does not extend down to the coast except round about Kirkcudbright Bay. And you can see that there are pockets of visibility right through to the north and the northeast. This is the cumulative map to 5 kilometres. The application site is right in the centre, kind of contained from the north round to the west by woodland. I can point out on that map, that's the site there, right in the centre. The other turbines marked on that to the north of the site, there's a group, and these are the Mayfield turbines, which at the moment was refused by committee and is now at appeal. Down in the writing at the end of Whinnyliggett and Barcloy Hill, that's the turbines. There are 5 turbines marked in there in a row, and that's the ones for Barcloy Hill that is at the moment in the planning system and hasn't come to committee yet. The other turbines on that are smaller turbines, and I don't know that there's much merit in me going through each of them. The 2 major ones are Barcloy and Mayfield. The landscape in the area, the site is located in a coastal granite uplands landscape, but it's 250 metres from the boundary with a peninsular type landscape, and just over 1 kilometre from a drumlin pasture landscape. The location of the site close to this junction of the 3 landscape character types is significant in the landscape assessment of this proposal. This is a view towards the site from the back road, the B727. This is taken from the gate. There is a kind of rough track going up, and you can see between the bushes on the right-hand side. And the track will loop round towards it, and I've tried to mark on the approximate position of the base of the turbine. This is once I'd walked up and was now looping round the corner of the track. The track goes round the corner. This is looking between the 2 hills, and the site's just in front of you between the 2 hills either side. This is taken from the site. Well, the site was kind of in a dip, so I had to move slightly. But this is the view which you would see if you were some height up the turbine. This is the view looking down back towards the road and down that access track. And I've tried to mark on the approximate position of Barcloy, the proposed wind farm on that. This is another slide taken from the B727. It's looking north towards the site. I should have pointed out, sorry, that the pylons are about 30 to 40 metres high, and the turbine would be 74, so that would give you an indication of the scale. That photograph is taken about a kilometre, sorry, half a kilometre. The landscape assessment for this application was carried out by the Council's landscape architect, and it's summarised in paragraphs 2.1 and 4.7 to 4.16 of my report. It's considered that the development would result in a significant adverse environmental effects on the visual amenity and landscape character of the coastal granite uplands and the peninsula landscape character types, as well as effect on the Solway Coast Regional Scenic Area. It's also considered that the scale of the turbine would overwhelm this landscape. In addition to landscape concerns, the National Air Traffic Services, NATS, have objected to the proposal because they consider it would result in an unacceptable technical impact on Lowther Hill radar. So to conclude, for the reasons detailed in my report, this application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you for that. Any points of clarification from members? Councillor Maitland?
Could I just ask, in the cumulative map, Ms. Turnbull, why we don't have Chapman's How mentioned? I'd be interested to know that.
Thanks, Chair. If I'm able to answer that, as the person responsible for compiling the information, we don't have pre-application inquiries plotted at the moment. We have, for the purposes of cumulative assessment, we have planning applications, whether they've been determined or are in the system. It's a traffic light system. Basically, green dots on the map represent applications that have been approved, whether at appeal or by officers or by members. Orange stars on the map represent schemes that have yet to be determined, whether they're actually yet to come before a committee or yet to have an officer decision or yet to have an appeal decision. They're all categorised as orange, kind of amber if you like. And red dots represent schemes that have been refused permission or withdrawn or revoked. We don't have at the moment a plotting of pre-application inquiries, but that's something that will be looked at in due course, you know, just to give members and officers fullest information when we're considering these things. Having said that, it's clear from established appeal practice that when reporters are looking at cumulative impact, they're really only interested in looking at those that are within the planning system or which have been determined, because those are the ones that have weight to them. Pre-application inquiry doesn't always translate to an application.
Councillor Maitland?
So on that basis, for the sake of being absolutely accurate, we ought to discount the mention of Chapman's How in the report. We must be completely clear. We should do that. Is that right? Because it's in there in E, 2.1E. It's mentioned. So if we're completely clear, we are discounting that issue. We should. Right. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, any other points of clarification? No. Then can we move on to the objectors? I have 4 objectors wishing to speak. It is for 3 minutes. Can I have Mr. Chris Blantern, please? Come to the table, sir, and put the mic on. Remind you, sir, you do have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try and do my best with that. My name is Chris Blanton. I live at 3 little Spyland cottages, which, as the name suggests, is very close to this turbine, 1.2 kilometres away, in fact. I'll probably see the tip of the turbine, but my personal concern is the potential noise emanating from the turbine. I don't know whether I'll hear the turbine, but nor do I believe anybody who would tell me that I wouldn't. There's growing evidence that people are affected by turbine noise. And although Councillor Maitland has clarified whether Chapman's House should be mentioned in the report, for people who live close by, it is of material concern. The possibility exists of 300-metre turbines at Chapman's House and 515 metres at Barclay Hill in addition to this turbine. I'm surrounded by them, and I'm very concerned about that. Clearly, I endorse the council officer's recommendation in as much as this particular turbine does not conform to current planning policy. So I'd just like to acknowledge that. I'd also like to say that there are some other surrounding issues, which I don't know whether they are or not linked to planning issues. But this is also a community issue. We all know that turbines are extremely controversial. Whatever we think about the technology and their contribution to sustainable energy, renewable energy. But there is, I'd read about divisions within communities, but I'm now experiencing it. People who have had long-term friendships, and even within families, lines have been drawn up between those who will benefit financially and those who think they will suffer. And of course, I count myself in with the latter. So there are rifts in our very small community. That's my second point. Third, and finally, and probably the most important point, is the extent to which an approval of this turbine would undermine council policy.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. I think I would like to say to you as council members that you are all that stands between the interests of developers and landowners and a government policy that some say is wanton, and the needs and sensitivities of local people. So I urge you to stick to your policy and refuse this application.
Members, any questions? No, then you can take your seat. Can I now have Mrs. Janet Gibson, please? Again, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Once again, the Council has been presented with an application in which clear guidance as to suitability of turbine size has been given and ignored. The landscape of coastal granite uplands is not a suitable site for a 74-metre turbine. The two adjacent landscapes are also unsuitable. The elevated position increases the deleterious effect on sense of place, character, and ultimately the tourist economy. Plus the adjacent regional scenic area, 1 kilometre away, requires protection. Allowing the turbine to be approved would set a dangerous precedent, leading to turbine height creep upwards. The proposal is out of scale with the landscape. It is very important that the planning officer's recommendation is supported. In addition, I ask that all the reasons for refusal which have been documented should be listed as reasons in any refusal. This would discourage inappropriate applications and the accompanying extra unnecessary work for planning officers, statutory bodies, the public, and the planning committee. I support the refusal of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, members? No, you can resume your seat, please. Thank you. Next, I have Dorothy Waterman, please. Sorry, Waterworth, my apologies. Again, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. The size of turbine proposed at 74 metres is at the upper end of the medium typology. That typology is 50 to 80 metres. The advice in the Dumfries and Galloway Wind Farm landscape capacity study could not be clearer in relation to the coastal granite upland character unit in which it is proposed to locate the turbine. It consistently directs developments to the lower end of the medium typology, and with the rider that there may be some limited opportunity. Ignoring this advice would create a precedent, encourage developers to submit other such out-of-scale turbine applications, and significantly undermine the status and force of the landscape capacity study. Which bit of limited opportunity and towards the lower end of the medium typology do developers not understand? Given that this is to be located roughly at the confluence of the scenic coastal granite upland landscape character area with the peninsula and drumlin pasture landscape character units, which have their own special sensitivities, it will impact on all three character classifications. And given its 74-metre height, its style and pattern, it will be an oddity conflicting with the essential qualities and sensitivities of the three landscape types. Nothing can disguise the obtrusive and dominant nature of a 74-metre turbine positioned on the 150-metre contour line, which will be visible above the skyline and over a wide swathe of adjacent countryside, where its adverse impact will be apparent. There is nothing of comparable scale, design, or colour in this environment, so the impact is all the more stark. Add to that the 800 metres of track, and the negative impact is obvious. Add to that the intermittently whirling blades, and the magnitude of negative impact is compounded. In short, this turbine would be out of scale with its landscape setting, widely visible, and if given consent, would undermine planning policy and the advice of the Council's landscape capacity study. Please support the refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please remain seated. Members, any questions? No, you can resume your seat, and thank you very much. The final speaker is Mrs. Delia Wilkinson. Again, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I've just joined Visit Scotland this year, as I have a small B&B in Kirkcudbright, and I had a glossy brochure from Visit Scotland and a large picture with the landscape in Scotland without a turbine on it. And it said that well over 50% of visitors on a recent Visit Scotland survey cited the landscape as the reason for taking a holiday in Scotland. The main income around here is from the tourist industry now, and I'm worried that the loss of the landscape will seriously affect the tourist industry. It may not be felt this year or the next, but if all these hundreds of applications in the Stewartry go ahead, it will have a significant impact on tourism in southwest Scotland and this small area, and Little Southland will set them all off if it is granted. Here in the artist town of Scotland, artists have been encouraged to live and holiday here for well over 100 years. They do not come for an industrial landscape, they come for beauty. The number of wild places where scenic views have been blighted by wind farms has almost doubled in 2 years. That's quite a frightening statistic. Statistics were compiled by the Scottish Government's own nature watchdog and highlight the relentless march of turbines across the country. There are now so few places in Scotland where you are unable to see a turbine. Scotland seems to be leading the way in being totally careless with the countryside. Turbines will change the whole character of Galloway's landscape. 2 small white turbines near Threave have popped up and are visible from the A711. They look much larger than they are, as they are, well, they look white and have flashing blades that catch the eye. Not enough investment has been put into tidal power, which is more predictable than the wind, and nuclear power, in my opinion, has to be high on the agenda for generating low-carbon renewable power in Scotland in the future. It is difficult to find out about planning applications unless you get the paper. If you miss 1 week, a giant turbine could be in the next field, and you did not know about it.
You're going to run out of time. Could you concentrate on the application, please?
Okay. I do not have a subsidy to come here, and I'm fighting for the landscape and my future livelihood in tourism. Thank you.
Any questions from members? No. Does the case officer have anything to add? Mike, please.
Apologies, Chair. It was just not specifically relating to this application. It was just a comment. You can get details of planning applications online. You know, if that's helpful, we do provide documents online for all parties to view at their leisure.
With that, members, I have nobody speaking for the application. Questions, Councillor Driver? Councillor McCautry.
No so much questions, Chair. It's more to do with the report itself. I mean, I totally concur with the report, and I totally agree with the last speakers that we need to have new nuclear build in the country as well, because we do need base load stations. And I'm pleased that some people are actually listening to me, but I'll come back to that.
Councillor McCautry.
Thanks, Chairman. I think it's a fair and robust report in its own right, never mind the objections, and I would move the recommendations for refusal as detailed on pages 31 and 32. So moved.
Councillor Geddes.
In the interest of brevity, sir, I would second that.
Anybody otherwise minded and approve the recommendation to refuse? Then Paula, tell us exactly what we've done.
The committee has determined to refuse the application on the grounds as set out in the officer's report.
Right, we can then move on to item number 5, which is North Park Farm, Kirkcolm Planning application for the erection of wind turbine 32 metres high to hub, 46.5 metres high to blade tip. And our case officer is Peter Barker. Peter, could you take us to the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. This application is an amendment to one that was made last summer and considered by yourselves in August last year. The previous application was for 2 turbines of 46.5 metres tall. This application is an amendment being for just 1 turbine of the same site, sorry, of the same size and on the same site. As you can see from the slide, the site is right up on the northern edge of the northern tip of the Rins, quite close to Corswell Lighthouse. It's at a farm called North Park Farm, and the farm basically goes up to the coast, and the landform, as you'll see from the slides coming up, generally descends northwards towards the sea. Typical turbine, details of which you're quite familiar with already. This is the sort of general vista, which is quite typical of the northern edge of the Rins there. Corswell Lighthouse is just off to the left, which we'll sort of come to in a minute. But that's the typical view. The turbine site is actually dead in the centre of the picture, just in the hollow, just actually in front of the ferry, which is sort of just passing by. That's just a closer view of the same view, but the turbine actually being just actually on the immediate right-hand side of the slide there. So it just shows that the proximity, which is discussed actually in the report, showing the impact on the views from ferries in particular. Again, the site from the approach road to Corswell Lighthouse, the application site being once again right in the centre of the picture, just to the left of the very slight dip in the ridge line there. This is the view looking towards the site, going a little bit closer towards Corswell Lighthouse, looking along the northern coast of the Rins, and the sort of coast at the sort of far left of the picture being the Ayrshire coast, heading up towards Ballantrae. So that gives you an idea of the reverse view aspect possible from the north of the site. The actual turbine site there is just on the left of the sort of ridge just as it descends. Just to show you the typical setting of the area, that's Coastal Lighthouse, which is about just over a kilometre from the application site. The lighthouse itself is actually 34 metres tall. The application turbine is actually 32 metres to hub height, so that gives you some idea of the scale. And given the openness of the landscape, with there being no sort of intervening ridges, trees, the eye, which the camera can't actually encompass, generally sees all these things in the single view. And again, that's just looking towards the application site, just slightly closer towards the lighthouse. The applicant did actually submit quite detailed information, trying to capture the visual impact of the proposal. I think we would disagree with the impact or the illustrations showing the actual impact of the turbines, and we think that they've somewhat underplayed the size of the turbine there. But that just shows you, the general appearance of it. Also, given the, I'd also, something that sort of alerts me to the fact that something's not quite right is the fact that you can see from the wireframe that they've actually distorted the horizon there. So, it isn't totally accurate, and whilst the information submitted has been useful, it's certainly only being used as a tool in the assessment process. In a nutshell, then, the application being a resubmission, the previous application, which was refused for the same reasons which are recommended in the report, essentially, one turbine instead of two doesn't result in half the impact. The impacts are actually pretty much the same because, the turbine that's proposed is still of the same height. It's still able to be seen. It's still able to be seen in conjunction with the lighthouse, and it also is in the same views from ferries and also from the north. And also, in terms of cumulative impact, there are 13 other turbines, as you see from the report, within a 5-kilometre radius from the site. It'll also just increase the density and the cumulative impact of turbines in the Northern Rinns area. I think that's all I probably have to say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any points of clarification? Councillor McKee?
Have you got such a thing as a map showing the turbines in the area? According to this, there's 13 ones, there's one renewal of planning permission, so I don't know whether it's an additional or no, but there's 13 or 14 in the area. Have you got a map showing that?
Is there a map available?
No, there's not, I'm afraid. I haven't included one on the slides for the simple purpose that I suppose I was partly trying to keep the issue simple, bearing in mind that the fact that there had been a refusal previously, and that the application was really being a slight revisit of the previous issues. But as I said, there's that 5-kilometre radius, and with the Northern Rinns obviously being the end of the land there, there is in situ at the moment these 13 turbines, which a brief drive across the head of the peninsula there will reveal as being quite obvious. I'm sorry, we haven't got the actual map available for you.
Can you accept that, Councillor McKee? I think what we would say that in the future we would want to see a map with every application, so that it's there and we can see it in maybe red and white or black and white or something.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Chair. I think it's unfortunate, but it helps to give us justification one way or the other. And if we could do that for each application, very welcome. Thanks.
Can we record that, please? That for every application there needs to be that done. Councillor McCautry.
Yeah, just going to say, it's a pretty clear report. Move the recommendations in detail, pages 47, 48.
Not quite yet there, sir. This was questions for the officers. But if we're all finished, then can we move into session? I have nobody willing to speak. So I think Councillor McCautry is moving that we accept the recommendation. And Councillor Witt.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. I wanted to clarify with the officer what his comments on page 43, paragraph 4.7, subparagraph 3, which seems to be some sort of caveat regarding your as concern your recommendation. Are you suggesting here that there may be grounds for? I mean, is this rehearsed with the applicant, or is it just something that's not feasible in terms of the location of his farm? So it was just some. This is just a basic, a general observation, is it?
The caveat there in 4.7, or the caveats, they show some of the criteria from the landscape capacity assessment of the general design principles which should be followed by developers in trying to identify sites. Yes, I mean, in item 3 there, it does say that groups of up to 5 turbines are more likely to fit into certain areas and certain slopes. But there's a fundamental principle there which all the time brings you back to saying that views that the turbine sited alongside coast with the views of coast should be avoided. That turbines close to coast, turbines can be sited close to coast, but generally on the landward side of higher ground, closer to coast, so that there would generally be a barrier between the turbine and the actual coastline itself. That's the general principle there. And yes, there are locations around where turbines can be sited and where turbines have been allowed. But generally, where you get these very open views for sort of these sort of middle-sized turbines, which we're talking about now, but they are very, very difficult to accommodate in this very, very open landscape. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Geddes.
Thanks, Chairman. Just developing that. So, in other words, and let's be quite clear about it, what we are not saying, in fact, is that this particular landscape is now at saturation point and that no such applications will be, such future applications will be entertained. I think it would be wholly inappropriate to take that attitude. Can we have absolute clarity in that respect?
David, bring you in.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I would concur with Councillor Geddes' comments. We obviously have to look at each application on its own merits. The advice which you've got there is clearly from the landscape capacity study, which alludes to the fact that there are possibilities in certain circumstances, but the report concludes that they're not met here.
Councillor Geddes.
Grateful for that, sir. And let me say for the record, I agree entirely with the comments expressed in that section of the report. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. I would be concerned about, first of all, the prominence of the site, the entry point to Scotland from Ireland. Secondly, the open nature of the landscape. There is absolutely no screening woodland here at all. In fact, trees have extreme difficulty growing. And thirdly, the height of the proposal, significantly higher than any of the surrounding turbines. And I would have no difficulty supporting the officer's recommendation.
So I think Councillor McCarthy's made a motion to that effect, so you're seconding him. So anybody otherwise minded? Okay, then Paula, take us through what we agreed, please.
The committee has determined to refuse the application on the grounds set out in the report.
Okay, thank you. Item 6 is Glenchamber Wind Farm, Glenluce. Planning application to vary conditions 22, 24 and 25 relating to noise levels of Planning Appeal PPA/170/2028 issued by the Scottish Government. The recommendation here is to refuse. The case officer is Peter Barker. Peter, over to you.
Thanks again, Chair. There's actually no slides for this one, other than, sorry.
Chair, sorry to intervene in this one. Just my past note saying we did want Will Jackson from Environmental Standards to be here. I'm led to believe that he's on the way back from Stranraer at the moment, so isn't here. It is quite important that Will, as an Environmental Standard Officer, is able to give you the details on this. Could I request that you defer this application until later in the agenda for that reason?
Will members accept that? Okay, then can we move on to item 7, which is Garlough Farm, Cairnyard, Beeswing, Dumfries. Planning application for the erection of 18 holiday chalets, installation of sewage treatment plant, formation of access roads and landscaping. And we have Vary Duff, I believe. Oh.
Or not.
Or not.
Sorry, because we've ramped through the applications. We'll have to get Vary across, so if you could just give us 2 minutes, I'll make sure she's here.
Okay, because she's going to be doing this one and the next one, so we better wait a minute and get her here. Talk among yourselves. Sorry for rushing you, Vary. Well, I think we probably now have to wait. We need to wait for Councillor McCarthy now. I'll give him a couple of minutes. Is Garloff Farm, Cairnyard, Beeswing, Dumfries. Planning application for the erection of 18 holiday chalets, installation of sewage treatment plant, formation of access roads and landscaping. Our case officer is Vary Duff, and Vary, our apologies for rushing you over and jumping out the agenda. Over to you.
Thank you. I would first of all just like to note an alteration to part of the report, which is at paragraph 4.10. The distance from the boundary, which is referred to in the report as being 80 metres, should actually read as 30 metres. So the distance from chalet 10 to the boundary is in fact 30 metres and not move on to some of the slides now. The application site is located to the southeast side of the A701, which is Dumfries to Dobity Road. In between the application site and the Dobity Road is a Cairnyard chalet site. It's an existing chalet site with the lodges which are located along the boundary with the application site. These wings located approximately 1 kilometre to the southwest of the site. On that plan there, you can see that there is a core path which you can just see the line of that runs along the sort of western boundary of the application site, and that leads into the Maybe Forest. To the north side of the application site is the access to Glenluce Farm, and access to the proposed chalet site would also be from this, which is a private access. This shows an aerial view of the site. You can see the Cairnyard development, which would sit next to, which is quite a wooded area. A lot of mature trees in this site. The application site itself is of a different character, being an agricultural ploughed field. And you can see the row of chalets there, which exist to the boundary of the Cairnyard site. There are some more than are shown in that view, which have been built now, developed. This is a view from the southeast of the site. This is from the path where it meets the Maybe Forest. So the application site is beyond the hedgerow, which is to the centre of the slide. There is an ash tree there that you can see. It's within that field there, and you can see the Cairnyard chalets beyond. This is also taken from the path, sort of southern boundary of the site. Again, you can see the sort of wooded location of the Cairnyard development, the left-hand side, and the application site, which is ploughed. And another view looking back up within the site. This is the highest part of the application site within view here, and beyond that is Maybe Forest at Loch Arthur Hill. And this is the path which leads alongside the application site. Part of the proposal is to allow for visitors to the site to use this path, and that's one of the intended benefits of the site, is that it will allow access to the Maybe Forest. A view here from the A711 to the southern part of the site, which is the most prominent view of the site. There is a kind of raised area which is quite difficult to see within this slide, but it is intended to leave that area free of development so that the chalets are located to the lower area. To the other side now, to the northern side of the site, this is the access which exists already to Glenluce Farm and Cairnyard development, which is the access to just into the right. You can see that it is sort of double width here. There's not enough room for two cars to pass, at least to the Cairnyard access anyway, but beyond that it is a single track road, which is a private road. This is taken from the northeast corner of the site. Just another view of it with Cairnyard development on the right-hand side. View of the access roads. The access into the site will be taken from a gate, or the location of a gate that exists at present. You can just press the hill. Looking back, that's Dwelling House, Maybe View. shallies which will overlook the site, but are separated about 50 metres away from the site. Most Garloff Farm beyond that. Another view from the other corner of the site. That's the site plan showing the sort of layout of the chalets. See, it is fairly low density. There is landscaping proposed to the southern boundary, which is intended to help screen the site from 7-11, and there is internal landscaping proposed to break up the chalet. It's difficult to see on that plan, but a recreation area is proposed within the sort of open area, which would bound the site next to the boundary with Cairnyard Farm, Cairnyard Holiday Development. And this just shows the same plan but with the contours on it. And you can see that the highest part of the site is to the sort of bottom right-hand corner of the site. And the chalets have been, there were originally chalets proposed within this area, but they have now been removed so that there aren't any that are within the highest. This shows elevations of the proposed chalets. They would all be the same, fairly typical design. Of that. Basically, the application is recommended for approval on the basis that it complies with Structure Plan Policy B24.
Members, any point of clarification? Councillor McKee?
Thanks, Chair. Barry, there's a track on the map we've been given. There's a track comes out for the road up to Garloff, comes across the field, and then up at the top right-hand corner, up behind Moor End, there's a track which I assume goes into the wood or into the farm that's there. Are these tracks to be linked, or are they going to have to go down onto the A711 to get to maybe Forest?
So I don't have the plan in front of me, but it is the path that I was talking about, was it? The core path that was to the sort of southern side of the... because there is, depends which way it's orientated maybe, but certainly that was part of their proposal, was to allow people to use that path. That was sort of one of the intended benefits, was that visitors to the site could use that path to get access to the Maybe Forest. But they didn't show any access through it, and that is a condition of the planning permission, is that they show how people would get access to it rather than having to go out onto the 7-11.
I think actually I'm looking the wrong way. I'm looking towards Loughnhead, where this appears to be going into the Lochaarthur plantation. Lochaarthur and Lochbank, is that right?
Could we get the map back up on the
Put
screen?
the map up so we can see what they're doing.
Down at the bottom here, below application site, there's a broken lines running along there. That's a track up into Lochaarthur plantation towards Lochbank Hill, where up in the top right-hand side there's a track there, but it's no linked to anywhere. That's where I was getting kind of confused.
Right, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, the one to the sort of southern side, the bottom part of the map, that's a track that's within Maybe Forest, and the path that runs along so is actually the western boundary that links into that path, but to the other side, as far as I know, the track just leads to Garloff Farm, and as far as I know, doesn't go beyond that.
Any further points of clarification? Councillor?
Sorry, it's on paragraph 2.1, the council roads officer. Could you explain, you said no objections on the basis of being restricted to holiday use only. What difference that would make from if it had been residential use or holiday use?
The difference was that if they were normal houses without any restriction on them, then roads would be asking for the road to be an adoptable type road, you know, with street lights, various other things that you would get with a housing estate. But because it would be restricted to holiday use, we wouldn't expect that type of road.
Councillor Gilroy.
You mentioned it's at 4.13, it's also in the recommendation about a recreation and practice area. Across that term before, I wonder what that exactly means.
The applicant does give a bit more explanation as to what that is intended for within their design and access statement. The intention is that it maybe would be used for sort of mountain bikers or going to use it as an area to practice on, given that they would be able to access the forest from this location. I think also there's some reference to sort of barbecues and so on, but we are recommending a condition, because there isn't any detail of this on the drawings, there is a condition to require details of what.
That is finished with points of clarification? No, sorry, Councillor Garrett.
Paragraph 4.12, sir, 4.12, talking there about below ground sewage treatment plant, and the sentence, second sentence says, there is no reason to believe that there would be odour from this which would impact on this or any other properties. There's a qualification, of course, provided it is properly maintained. Are we in the situation there then, if that is not properly maintained, we're into another department and another set of legislation, you know, to endeavour to rectify any such future situation, or can we condition it to the extent, in fact, that it would be properly upkept and maintained at all times if the application were to be granted?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure you could reasonably attach a condition to that effect, but SEPA ultimately in 2.3 have made their comments about that. They've held discussions in respect of foul drainage, and they've got revised proposals which they are now basically satisfied with. As with all things, they have to be properly maintained, and the onus ultimately falls on the applicant to ensure that they are doing that.
In other words, sir, Mr. Sutty's advice would be that it would not be safe to endeavour to condition that were the application to be granted. Thank you.
Right, can we then move on? I have two objectors waiting to speak, and as this is a major application, they get 5 minutes. Can I ask Carol Clark on behalf of Andrew Clark to come forward, please?
Thank you. I appreciate it is acceptable to tailor for different markets, and it is the applicant's choice to provide a development to attract a different character. Surely, however, when this conflicts with what the report acknowledges as a quiet and peaceful character of the existing development and will be to the detriment of an existing facility, that is simply bad planning. Officers' report make notes of a representation on the lack of passing places to the inadequate private access track. This has not, however, been addressed in the report, nor has there been any address to the simple functional requirements of how refuse from this development will be dealt with. Of greater planning significance, however, is the interpretation of policy D24. It will be up to the members to consider if this report's use of policy evokes an acceptable degree of the intent of the policy. It is, however, quite clear to me that this proposal does not meet policy D24. This is not an extension to an existing facility. It does not have a comprehensive recreational scheme. It does not integrate into the existing landscape. Paragraph 4.6 even sets out these shortcomings. However, by assumption and envisaging a possible concept suggests that this proposal meets D24. Reporting by such conjecture is, in my opinion, not an acceptable basis for approval. This leads on to, and indeed is demonstrated by the recommendation for conditions for provision of landscaping proposals and the details of the recreation and practice area. to consider these fundamental aspects of a major application by condition, and having raised these as necessary for compliance with Policy D24 over a planning process of 2 years is unacceptable. Is this to be a practice area as effectively a skateboard park formed in a mud in front of existing peaceful holiday chalets? How can members confidently determine this application with a lack of such fundamental information? Thank you.
Could you stay in your seat, please, for the moment? Are there any questions? Next, I have Chuck Dixon, please. Again, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Press the green button. Oh, it's on. Okay. First of all, the only picture that was missing from the officer was the picture that was actually from where the cabins will be over to the lodges. There was pictures from the side, from the other side, but there's no indication that the lodges that are proposed are of a much higher level than the ones that are already there. Therefore, they're looking down. There was no picture that gave you that information. There was pictures from all other angles, but not from that one. Okay, so that's the very first thing I would like to say. In terms of the type and nature of the cabins, for instance, I will tell you now that we have in our lodge a couple in their 50s with a lady in their 70s because of the nature that the lodges are in at the moment. If what is proposed is an active holiday type destination, I cannot see why people will come to a local quiet area for a mountain bike. There is, as was said before about D24, D24 talks about being connected to farm buildings and a hotel. There are farm buildings that this can be connected to at Garloff, and that would allow ample separation between the quiet lodges where most of my people come from down south. They're well into their 50s and 60s, and they come for a quiet holiday in Dumfries and Galloway. I have a mountain bike myself. I have got absolutely nothing against people having a mountain bike, and if that's what the application's for. But there's plenty of room that would comply implicitly with D24, not by using the word albeit not, which appears in the report, which is almost making up planning as we're going along. The recreation area, the applicant has had 3 years to put in details of what the recreation area means. It was in the 2012 Galloway News explaining all this recreation, mountain bike. There is no detail here. There has been 3 years in which they could detail this. This could be anything as far as we're concerned, and the council seemed to be quite willing to allow it on that principle that it might be something. I think that's nowhere near tight enough. It's also not in keeping. You know, if you have mountain bikes and they're 800 metres away and they can get access into the wood, which is possible, then that's fine. But this is right on top. It's an elevated site so that people would be looking. Now, Barry's quite right, because I complained about the mistake in the original report. There is a big difference between 80 metres being acceptable and 20 to 30 metres being acceptable. Also, that's from where the chalet might be. If you look back, can you go back to there's 2 spurs coming out here. Can you go back to actually the landscaping part of it? The actual drawing? Okay, if you look here, you can see the main part, or if you like, on the north edge of a road. There are 2 spurs coming out, which are very close to the original site, much, much closer than the other chalets. Why is there 2 spurs coming out? Because you would get much clearer definition without those 2 things being there. They would be further back, but there's 2 spurs coming straight out, which are coming straight towards. And you've got to remember that this is from a higher level than the chalets are already in. The other thing is, it's about the planting, etc. I have an example of a house in Algarth that was built behind me. And they say, oh, it will all be built within a year, etc., the planning. I'm still waiting 4 years later for a planting to be in place.
You have 1 minute left, sir.
Okay, that's fine. And if I just get to the recommendations, because all these recommendations, like the lady said, have been 3 years in the making. Okay, how can they not know where the cycle access path will be, having had 3 years? How can they not know the approved drawings? How, in 3 years, it shouldn't be tree and shrub. They've had 3 years to do that.
30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. It's not even an accurate plan that's been put in. So I would urge you that in face of it, even with the road, which is extremely dangerous, and the last thing I would say is that to say that because it's a holiday chalet, it will not be a burden on the road is erroneous, because at peak times, that might as well be a full housing estate. It's not, so to say that because it's a holiday chalet, that the road is acceptable, I don't think is acceptable. Okay, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Could he? Oh, he's moved. Are there any questions? No. No questions. Vari, is there anything you'd like to pick up? Any points you'd like to pick up on?
Really just only in relation to the planting scheme. There was a planting scheme submitted with the application, and we had consulted with the landscape architect. He recommended some changes to it. So that's why a condition was added to, basically, there was another landscaping condition added to get an amended landscape.
Right. Councillor Thompson, is this I'm about to go into session. Is this for the session, or is this a question for the applicant? Sorry, for the objector. Okay. I have nobody on behalf of the applicant, so members, we are now in session. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question relating to the road safety and access, 4.15 and 4.18. Obviously, it says there this is the initial access is from an existing shared private road, and also that any subsequent road, should the application be granted, would be then managed. The developer would then manage the arrangements for waste collection, etc., and the road wouldn't be adopted. Obviously, given it was a private road before, it would be strange to adopt that in a private road. So it was really just a wee bit of clarity on that. Maybe speak a bit more about that.
The application is for development of class 9 houses, but which in normal circumstances for that size of development would require an adoptable type road, normally 5.5 metre width road, footways, street lighting, that kind of thing. But because it is a holiday development, it's not somebody permanently living there, so you can't really expect to have that type of amenity in terms of road width and so on, and footways, and also it's not really in this location in design terms and visual amenity terms. It isn't the sort of thing you want either. Street lighting and so on is be in character with the area. So on the basis that it would be restricted to holiday use, the roads authority has not objected to the proposal. It isn't anything to do with road safety. Basically, they are satisfied with the current access arrangement onto E711. So the type of road that would be formed, the adoptable type road, doesn't necessarily mean it would be any safer than a non-adopted.
Thank you. I think what I'm trying to tease out is maybe it's maybe out with the scope of the Planning Applications Committee, and that's what I'm not clear about. I suppose it's just that there's a private road that would allow then access to another private road effectively.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, the point that Barry was making is correct. Where you have an adoptable road under the Road Scotland Act, where formal road construction consent is required, to link that in, could you put up the first slide that just shows the location? Thanks. where you have an adoptable road, it has to, sorry, that one going back actually is quite useful. There. You can see the width of the access. Now, the 711 is the adopted council road. There is a wide access which goes in. That's what roads officers have said. Beyond that point is private, but we think the width of the access is fine. Going beyond that point, if you were to have an adoptable road within this scheme, it would have to require the entire stretch from the 711 being made adoptable, as I understand it. I don't think you can have an adoptable road, a private road, and then an adopted road. So effectively, that is another reason why it would be a private road within the development here, which would link into a private road. As far as the private road ownership goes, the granting of planning permission doesn't affect that. Basically, if there are private issues about gaining access over that and maintenance agreements between the relevant parties, that's a private civil matter which would have to be taken up by the developer with the parties who own the road. The critical bit here is that the roads officers are saying that a road construction consent for the new development is not required, and they're comfortable with the access from the development onto the adopted public road. So beyond that, there doesn't appear to be a road safety issue which roads officers are flagging.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I think the only remaining thing that I mentioned was about the waste management and collection. So I presume that would fall under that arrangement with the developer.
Okay, I then have Councillors Blake, McCautry, McKee and Geddes speak. So, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got concerns about this application for a number of reasons. One of the main ones is the scale, the size of the chalets proposed themselves, and the location of them. If you look at the existing chalets that are on the site, other than a sign at the entrance, you're really unaware that these chalets are there. Yet these ones will be extremely visible from both east and west, and particularly from the existing chalet site itself. The reason I questioned about going back to the road issue, I can understand that it would be impractical to try and have that adopted as a road by the council, and certainly it wouldn't be wanted. It would certainly be light pollution in the countryside if that was to happen. But I don't really see that affects the number of usage on that road, whether it be holiday traffic or residential traffic. In fact, I think there'd be even more danger of the fact that you have people that are relatively strange to the area coming to not the most suitable entrance to it. I think that I would be interested to hear some of the other councillors' views, but I certainly do have real concerns on that application.
Okay, then can we have Councillor McCautry, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I mean, I think if you read the report and the objections here, that's one thing. There's things have come up during the course of the debate. And I'm just wondering if, in order to put members' minds at rest, vis-a-vis issues about the site itself, issues about the roads, that maybe a site visit would be in order. I think I'd be happier to go out there and have a look at the site. Talk this issue of overlooking, because that point has been made that the photographs don't show that. And I really think that is a major consideration if you're going to either grant or refuse this application. So I'd be minded to take a site visit purely to ensure we're making a proper decision.
Well, I'll keep going, but I'll come back to you if you wish to make a motion later. Councillor McKee.
I actually, just on what Councillor McCautry said, it might be worthwhile because I'm not too sure that there's the paths link between maybe Forest and Loch Arthur Hill. So it may be if you could, if we decide on a site visit, if you could contact the Forestry Commission and get a map of the area, Barry, to show the links between these areas. Because I have doubts at the present moment. And the other thing was on that road, should we be looking for a couple of passing places just to assist with that? Because as you can see there, it's a narrow road. And maybe kind of debatable whether you could get passing places in there or no, but I think that's maybe something that we should look for as well.
Chair, I was just going to say procedurally, as I understand it, if there is a motion for a site visit, that sort of takes precedent over other things. So there's two members now spoken on that. Can I just be clear? There's a formal motion now on that.
I think to save time, Chairman, if you put Councillor McKee said, I would formally move that before we make a decision, we take a site visit to this particular application.
Okay, then, do we have anybody otherwise minded? So the decision is a site visit. Paula?
The only thing, Chair, I would ask it to, I've forgotten his name, the planner that took us out to the hospital site visit doesn't arrange this one because we don't want rain and wind.
I'll ask Pat to make sure he doesn't involve it.
Committee has determined to defer consideration of this for a site visit.
Item 8 is 243 Annan Road, Dumfries, planning application for change of use of mosque to mosque with overnight accommodation. Again, Mary, this one's down to you, so go.
The application site in this case is, say, the mosque, which is at Annan Road in Dumfries. The site is located to, it was formerly a primary school located on Annan Road, the busy Dumfries. The site is located between houses and is a predominantly residential area, although there are other commercial uses within the area, and there is a school to the rear, the new Noble Hill Primary School to the rear, as well as Aldi that's to the left-hand side of the picture there. This shows a floor plan of the area which is used or is used as overnight accommodation. It extends to about 53 square metres in area, and it is the mezzanine floor level. This shows the existing ground floor plan of the mosque, which extends to about 150 square metres. The mezzanine floor level is directly above what is shown here as room 3. Just some pictures now. The mosque is there on the right-hand side. It was formerly a primary school. It's a substantial sandstone building. There is on-street parking that you can see on the left-hand side of the road from this view. To the other side of the road at the mosque side, there is single yellow line restricted parking. A closer view, and this shows the access into the mosque, which is just a pedestrian access. There isn't any vehicular access or off-street parking with it. This shows the pedestrian access and the entrance into the mosque. Right. This is within the room itself. As I say, it's a mezzanine floor level. Not anything in it. View, other direction. The application is recommended for approval on the basis that it is a relatively small part of the building that would be used for such a purpose, and the size of the room itself is self-limiting in terms of the number of users it could attract. There are 2 conditions, which one is intended to keep the overnight accommodation in as part of the mosque, so it couldn't be sold off separately. And the other is just to ensure that it is just that area which is used for the overnight accommodation. That's all.
Members, any points of clarification? Councillor McCautry?
Thanks, Chairman. Just a pedantic item. Page 80 under recommendations, condition number 1. This planning permission shall inure. Now, is this a new word? Is it a legalistic terminology? Or is it just the word endure that's lost its D? Could you maybe just explain that for me?
It is correct. That's the term that is used legalistically to mean it shall last, basically. It shall last for the benefit of them only.
I'm grateful. I shall file this away and use it in an appropriate moment.
Councillor McComb.
The officer makes the point that the capacity of the room is self-limiting. is there any indication what the maximum comfortable capacity of the room would be?
We do have the applicant as one of the speakers, so that's maybe a question you can put to them. As I understand it, the maximum that they've had so far is around about 8.
Any other points? No? Then can we move to the objectors? I have 2 objectors. Can I call Eleanor Ingram to the table, please? And as this is a local application, you get 3 minutes. You're declining, and Mr. Raymond Ingram's coming up. Thank you. So, if you are speaking on behalf of yourself and then on behalf of your wife, as the 2 objectors, that would give you 6 minutes.
Right, that's fine, thank you. My name is Raymond Ingram. I stay at 212 Annan Road. I'm speaking on behalf of some of the residents on the road. Regarding and concerning matters over the mosque at 243 Annan Road, there are several items as follows that are being brought up with the neighbours. Excuse me. Residential status or overnight accommodation. That's 1. 2, the car parking and door slamming at all hours of the night. 3, the noise at all hours of the night, talking, etc. And not passing traffic as suggested by the council standard. After the meeting at the mosque on the 9th of May, some of the neighbours had some points to make. The Muslim committee said they were not responsible for their members regarding parking and noise, but as we are residents and responsible for our visitors regarding parking and noise, the Park Hotel are for their patrons when they come and leave regarding the noise again. Everybody takes responsibility for their own actions in the area. After 11 and 7 a.m. at least in the morning, there should be no noise. The noise of slamming doors and cars, etc. This is to allow residents to sleep, as many of them have work and have early rises in the morning. Also, to let elderly residents living close to the mosque get their sleep undisturbed. Some residents have moved to the back bedrooms because of the noise, and they also stated that only 4 or 5 people would be staying in the mosque overnight, not 8, as said, at any given time, and only at the Ramadan. There are some residents who have reservations regarding the sincerity of the proposals of the Muslim Committee and want all their proposals in writing regarding the matter and signed by the committee. Now to close, they told a barefaced lie regarding parking at Aldi's. They said that they can't park there as Aldi management wouldn't let them. I spoke to the management who confirmed that no one had approached them from the mosque regarding parking as stated by the mosque in the standard. Aldi said the using of the car park between the hours of 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning would be no problem. So why all the lies? When the old school was closed, it was to be razed to the ground. The Mosque Society approached the council and bought it for a mere £15,000. But no resident was informed of this, no warning or letters, no forthcoming statements of any kind were displayed. It was a case of possibly a fast buck for the council. Some of the houses are well over 100 years old, some 1883. And as it has been a residential area on Annan Road, and as we are Christians and have our rights the same as the Muslims, as we've been here longer than they have been. All internal work has been carried out for months and months previously, and was reported to the council, Mr. Curry, but I believe his hands were tied. The old school was sold as a place of worship, not a hostel. I want to make it clear none of the residents have anything to do with either the SDL or the TUC. Now, I want to make that clear, because there was a lot said in the paper which was lies. Excuse me. If they agree to sign the proposals that we have made at the committee meeting and things that's extra in this paper, then we will have no problem. We have no problem with the mosque as it is. It's only the 3 points: the staying overnight, the noise, and the cars, slamming of doors. There is no parking there at all. So why do we allow this? I just can't understand this at all. It does not make sense. There's been many buses there, 12 coming out of each one, obviously a total of 24 people, staying there at various times throughout the years, not just the Ramadan. So this part about 8 people now, which was originally 4 in the statement at the meeting, is a lie. Now, we are strongly against this. We're not against the mosque or the Muslim society. That has nothing to do with it. It's the residential status and the noise part. Now, as I said, the council said within the standard...
50 seconds left.
That's fine, I'm just about finished. They said that the added traffic wouldn't make much difference. Fine. Added traffic going by the windows is nothing. We're used to that. It's the stopping of the traffic at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. It's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you stay seated for a moment? Barry, is there anything you would wish to pick up on? No. Members, questions? I think. Do you want to ask a question here, Councillor McComb, or is it for the applicant? The applicant you wish to ask. Okay. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. If it's possible to ask Mr. Ingram, it was just a wee clarification. You're saying you're meeting with the Muslim Committee. Is that different from the Dumfries Islamic Society? As
no, it's Islamic Society. I have my choice of words. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir Ted Thompson.
Mr. Ingram, I believe that your main concern around this issue is, in fact, relates to noise which happens at and what you would consider unreasonable hours of the night. I'm aware that there was a meeting with the Islamic Society, which you were present at, and some assurances were certainly given there that they would try to address this. However, I think what they actually said at that point was that while they would address it by speaking to the people who use the mosque, they couldn't actually enforce it. And that would be similar to you as a householder in terms of if you had visitors. If there is excessive noise, then it basically is a police matter because it's disturbing the peace. If you had an assurance from the Islamic Society that they would do their utmost to inform their members that this was an issue and that they should then be good neighbours, did you actually say earlier on that you would be prepared to withdraw your objections?
Yes, I have it written down here. We would be prepared to do it if they adhere to all the things we are asking. It's as simple as that. We don't want woken up through the night. Why should we? If I came around to your door and slammed doors every night, you wouldn't be very pleased about it. So it's the same thing for everyone. I mean, once they're finished, the Islamic Society go home. Now, I don't understand why they've got to do this. Apparently, according to Mr. Mohammed, there's 100 houses in Dumfries belonging to the Islamic Society, and they want to put, well, I was told 4, it was actually 3 or 4, and it's 4 or 5 people staying overnight. Now it's up to 8. Okay, let's say it's 8. Out of 100 houses in Dumfries, can they not put 8 people up? There's B's and B's along the Annan Road, there's hotels. I don't see the need for this. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's going to go on and go on. And it's going to open a can of worms. Make no mistake about
Could you
it.
concentrate on answering the question, please?
Well, that's basically the answer to the question.
Have you finished, Councillor Thompson, or do you have further one? Any other questions? No, then thank you, sir. You can return to your seat. And on behalf of the applicant, can I have Mohammed Usman, please? You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. Right, just to clarify a few points. I mean, we're only applying for a partial residential, which is only for what, a maximum of 2 to 3 nights, or over 4 to 5 times a year. These are for preachers coming from various parts of the country, from London from Glasgow, and vice versa. And they only stay in the mosque, and what they do is they teach what they have learnt, and they go away with new learnings from us, and they pass it on to another mosque when they visit another mosque. This is a common practice. I have inquired at the mosque. It's a common practice in mosques in the country. So I don't really see any issue here. But we're not doing any of that as any external work. It's all internal. The preachers only come about a maximum of 8, probably 10, and that's the only reason why we're having a room upstairs to house them. As Mr. England says, that why can't we house them in our own houses? When you have guests coming to to the mosque, it's a mosque duty to house them, into the mosque and care for them. But these preachers, they bring their own facilities, whatever, and they stay in the mosque. They don't venture out. They're all inside the mosque, and they teach and learn whatever. And then after they come in Friday and Sunday afternoon, they're on their way. Yeah, that's all about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Councillor Gilroy and Councillor McCall.
Yeah, so are you saying that it is a normal thing for mosques all over the country to have accommodation?
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Usman, I'm trying to establish what would be the maximum number of people who would use this facility, and how frequently would the facility be used?
As I said, it'll only be about maximum 12 people.
12?
12, maximum. And it's only what, 2 to 3 nights, 2 to 3 nights, for a maximum of 4 to 5 times a year. So, for example, during the month of Ramadan, they'll come in on a Friday, do their preaching, on Sunday they're away. And that's it.
So you're talking about a maximum number of 15 nights per year?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Blake.
Could I just ask clarification on that last point? You said a maximum of 12 persons. Is that 12 persons at any one time? Or is it from a pool of 12 persons and maybe there'll be less?
At any one time, yeah.
Councillor Witt.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Usman, Mr. Ingram has mentioned the annoyance that the neighbours feel about the movement of visitors, and we're trying to establish a pattern here. I mean, surely if people were arriving to go to the mosque, it wouldn't be 3 o'clock in the morning. But puzzled as to why that allegation has been made, and like you to respond to that.
Yeah, the 3 in the morning is because of the prayer time of the Islamic calendar. You have to do 5 times a day prayer, which is before sunset, the noon prayer, afternoon, sunset, and evening prayer. and every year the time changes. So this year, for example, the morning, the sunrise prayer, it starts from 3 o'clock in the morning, and should finish about 4:45. And in winter, it's the sunrise, it's later. So therefore, you can pray about 5, 6 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Ted Thompson.
Mr. Osman, I think you've heard the sort of main points from the residents of the area. It's my belief that the Islamic society, promotes a policy of being good neighbours. The main point, I think, of the objectors was the fact that, they believe they've suffered some nuisance and noise problems because of people arriving. Can you actually tell me how you, as a committee, would address that?
Myself, especially, every Friday, I always reiterate the same words to all attendees. Be more considerate to the neighbourhood. Whether if they do come in by car, do not block people's driveways, and if possible, use the Aldi's car park. That is the only thing the mosque can do. The mosque is not responsible for individuals' personal actions. The individuals are responsible for their own actions. We have, as Mr. Ingham said, we did have a meeting on the 9th of May, and we did say that if a driver is blocking the driveway, then they can approach. They can write the number, the registration number of the vehicle and the colour and make, if possible, and give it to me, and I will address the person in connection. If it does happen again, then the residents are free to call the police or pass the matter on to the police, and then the police can take the matter into their own hands. We have put boards up on the inside fence to be more considerate, keep the noise level down. Obviously, we can't stop people from talking, but like I said, each individual is responsible for their own actions.
That's finished with questions. Councillor Thompson, come back in.
Just to clarify the situation, then, if there was noise reported, you would take some action to ensure that didn't repeat. You would speak to the people concerned, would you?
We would, yes. Yeah, we would speak to the person in connection, and if it does continue, then they are free to report to the police.
Okay, with that, no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Osman. You can return to your seat. Members, we're in session. We're in session, members. Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Geddes.
I thought this was quite straightforward when I read it in the report, but things have come up as we've been going through the discussions. And really, the truth of the matter is that this is kind of incompatible with the area that it's in if it becomes a sort of hostel, which is really what it's going to be if it's going to be taking 12 people several times a year. And I don't know if we can put restrictions in for the number of times it can be used, like 4 times a year. I don't know if we can do that, or I don't know how we can help the residents, because I do see that there is a conflict here, and it's not. And I think we have to help both sides to live together as best they can. Because the truth of the matter is, it's not an ideal development for that part, which is really residential. But I just wonder what we can put as planning conditions, because what's in here as a recommendation doesn't help in any way.
David?
Right, well, there's 2 issues here. First of all, what I've heard today from most of both parties that's made representations is really alluding to the existing authorised use as a mosque. That's not the planning application that's before you today. If you look at paragraph 1.2, it makes it very clear that basically this was a school School falls within Class 10, non-residential institutions of the use classes order. There is no need for planning permission to be applied for or granted for changes within the same use class. And a place of worship falls within the same use class. So basically, from a school to a mosque has taken place, didn't need planning permission. We can't revisit that one. With that will go the fact that you have people coming into that area, you will have them actually parking. We've heard about the reasons why it's at the various times. That goes with it being a mosque. We can't control that. There's no planning issues that we can get involved in that. You've heard as well from the applicant that they're willing to try and deal with any nuisance issues as best they can, but ultimately if it does come down to the use of the mosque causing a nuisance, that's something which maybe needs to go to the police. But in planning terms, the mosque is not an issue for debate today. What really is being looked at is the fact that we did receive considerable amounts of complaints about the residential use of it. We did look into it and consider that it was on a fact and degree basis more than you could take as being what's regarded as de minimis. It's so small that you wouldn't be bothered about it. On that basis, we did seek an application, but that's really what's before you today. We had a lot of discussion about the types of conditions we could put on, and as you'll have heard me say a number of times, there was a Scottish Government circular, Circular 4 1998, on the use of conditions. I don't think you could reasonably put on a condition that would be enforceable that limited it to a strict number of people or a strict number of occasions, which is why the description is the way it is. It's kind of all or nothing. We think by the size of the area involved, which would be conditioned by condition 2, it is self-limiting. Provided that area is used, you wouldn't be able to get any more people than we've heard referred to. And in terms of it inuring for the benefit of the applicant only, that means it can't be sold on as a going concern as for that residential purpose. So really, what you're looking at here is the residential element in a residential area incompatible? And we concluded no.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, can I say so? I have concerns about the situation in which we find ourselves in. And the first of these relates to paragraph 1.2, and in fact, the point that Chairman, that Mr. Sutty has already alluded to. No planning permission for this change of use was required. Now, that to me, is not, connotes an unsatisfactory situation. And I would, it's never a good idea to make policy on the hoof, and I'm not suggesting that today. Not necessarily a good idea, in fact, to endeavour, to have legislation changed on the basis perhaps of one single example. But, to me, this has all stemmed from the particular fact that there was nothing to present or to prevent the building, as it were, being used for the purpose in question. And when you move on from there, and let me make it clear, sir, I am not under any circumstances against the use of the building as a mosque. Let me be 100% clear about that. But arising from that, there are two issues, two significant issues as far as I'm concerned. There's the issue of the parking, which is taking place. And there's also, another issue which hasn't really been mentioned thus far, and it's in paragraph 4.3, and it talks about levels of privacy between the two properties are currently compromised due to the distance between them and the open views, and it's not considered that the use of the first floor room for overnight accommodation would compromise this further to a material degree. Now, I don't know about you, Chairman, but I don't think it's a good system which allows this sort of thing to happen, and then planning officers admit, in fact, that there has been a compromise has taken place as a consequence, and that what we're talking about today will further compromise, not necessarily to a material degree. So to me, we're in a totally unsatisfactory situation, but we are where we are. And I would expect at the very least, I hesitate to use the term, given its connotations, but, if people are being woken up, living and surrounding accommodation, that can be construed in certain circumstances, I would suggest, as antisocial behaviour. Now, that's not meant to be disrespectful to the Islamic community in Dumfries and Dumfries and Galloway. But, I think we're going to have to address this. And if, I'm not impressed with the statement, it may be factually correct, but I'm not impressed with the statement, as it were, about saying that complaints over how cars are parked and the actions of the users of the mosque cannot be controlled by the planning authority. It seems to me that if we're not careful, we're going to create the impression that we're doing a Pontius Pilate over this and washing our hands of it. And this is going to have to be addressed. And it's going to have to be addressed in a reasonable and a responsible context. And I think that, that's, Mr. Sutty, I take Mr. Sutty's point, as I always do, about, conditions and all the rest of it. But, from a practical perspective here, this matter has got to be addressed and it's got to be resolved justly and equitably, both for the Islamic society and also for the people who are living round about. And I don't care how long it takes today or perhaps subsequently, this issue is going to have to be addressed and it's going to have to be resolved as far as I'm concerned. But I'll be interested, as always, to hear colleagues' views.
Well, I'll move on and we'll come back to that. It's Councillor Driver now and then Councillor Maitland.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I'm glad that we are a multicultural society in Scotland and we can talk about this as adults and hopefully move forward in one way or another. I think the situation is that we have to determine this under planning conditions as opposed to under any other form of conditions or under any other legislation other than that. So looking at the overall report and taking into consideration what's been already said, there is things that we need to resolve, absolutely, but I don't think we can do that here in the Planning Committee. Looking at the overall report, the use of this particular building as a mosque has happened for the last 14 years. And I would imagine there would have been some objection, some areas where this has been discussed before. However, it's been there for 14 years. And I think under that circumstance, looking at the report, we can only go with the recommendations within the report, understanding that there are particular issues in there, but they need to be treated sensibly and sensitively in that respect.
Councillor Maitland, Councillor McKee, after that.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're getting a little bit hanked up. Councillor Driver is absolutely right. We've got to deal with the matter in hand here and deal with it purely on planning basis. Any house on Annan Road could be taken over and occupied by people who work late at night or do nights and come back at all hours. So the issue really is about good neighbourliness and whether or not people are prepared to live properly with each other and look after each other. The planning issues here, I don't think there is anything other than that we should accept the recommendation as it stands. And in order to cut across this, I propose the recommendation.
Okay. I'll move on at the moment. We'll come back to the motion. Councillor McKee and then Councillor McCautry.
Thanks, Chair. It's just to look at this. Cars are part and the actions of the users are the most can be controlled by planning. But we do have a control on planning issue, on parking issues. Where they're building houses, they're obliged to supply 2 parking spaces. And I don't suppose we could put a condition on that you use all these car park or something like that. And recognising what the residents have said and what Mr. Usman has said, I think we need to. I think Mr. Usman will certainly got the message that we need to address the parking. He needs to address the parking issues up there and encourages people to use all this car park. Certainly at the evenings, early mornings. That would be fairer on the residents. That's the way of life for Mr. Usman and his colleagues. And somebody says we're a multicultural society and we accept these things. But on the other hand, they must accept that they're disturbing people from their rest and whatnot, and they should behave appropriately. So I would certainly be happy to second the mover in the motion that we accept the recommendation. And hopefully we'll get some sense or common sense maybe will prevail. And as has been suggested by Mr. Usman, if the people don't behave themselves, then they call the police. And that's certainly not a road we would like to go down, but that's the ultimate penalty, if you like.
Thanks for that. So I have a motion on the table, but I'll hear the next 2 speakers, Councillor McCautry and Councillor Geddes, then we'll come back to that.
Thanks, Chairman. I do have concerns about people residing in this building, I must say. If you look at it, it's about 27 feet by 20 feet approximately. You could have up to a dozen people staying there. If that was an office or a shop, you wouldn't allow that density. Now, I'm a bit concerned about the way this is being handled. It's a change of use from a mosque to a mosque with overnight accommodation. And there's no way, I mean, you can say we'll put conditions on that it'll only be 5 times a year for a maximum of 3 nights each, so that's 15 nights, with no more than 10 folk there. You can put any conditions you want like that on, but you cannot enforce them, because who's going to go and check? You can ask the people to keep a register. Will they keep a register? Who's going to check the register? So let's not get carried away with putting on conditions that A, will never be, you know, we can leave here feeling a wee bit warmer that you've got a condition there. That condition can never ever be enforced practically. But I do have concerns of up to a dozen people staying in a space that size. If we were dealing with a domestic application here, if we're dealing with an HMO, house and multiple occupation, we're looking at fire regulations, we're looking at all sorts of other issues here. And I'm just not happy with this recommendation at all, to be quite honest. I'm just beginning to wonder if we shouldn't continue this for further information. I'm not satisfied about up to a dozen folks staying in a space that size for 3 or 4 days in the trot. What kind of sanitation facilities are there, for instance? If that was a hotel, you wouldn't allow a dozen folk in that space. So there's a few issues here that I'd like to address. I mean, I think it'd be simpler just to say, I've no problem with it being a mosque, but in terms of overnight accommodation, the point was made by one of the objectors, I think, that there's plenty of B&Bs nearby, there's plenty of hotels nearby. Is the accommodation really necessary for somebody to carry out their worship? I don't think so.
Well, I can understand exactly and support where Mr. Roseman was coming from, Chairman, you know, when he responded to that question being put in the first instance. I've no problems with that. But, I mean, I do, and I do have a significant amount of sympathy for Councillor McCoffrey's comments, because I think it's a mistake, you know, for us simply today to deal with this from a planning perspective and to turn around thereafter and say it's up to Mr. and Mrs. Ingram and the people that they represent to get in touch with, you know, the Islamic Society and endeavour, in fact, to get something sorted out. I think that, you know, we're the local authority in Dumfries and Galloway, and I think we should be showing leadership here. And while there are not strictly speaking, these are not strictly speaking planning issues, and I'm not suggesting for one moment should endeavour to be dealt with today under the plan, you know, the umbrella of planning issues. I think, you know, and you with your background, I would hope will understand exactly where I'm coming from. You know, I think we should be showing leadership and should be taking the initiative with the appropriate agencies and in fact, and endeavouring to get de facto rules, as it were, are put in place and accepted by all parties, which would absolutely minimise, in fact, you know, the potential for difficulties in the future. Because if we're not careful, and don't let's delude ourselves, Chairman, if we're not careful, this could prove to be a flashpoint. And that's the last thing that, you know, the community of Dumfries and Galloway, not only Dumfries, but Dumfries and Galloway need. And I think, you know, while we may have to deal with the application today, with all its imperfections and all the sort of gaps in the legislation, I still feel that as a local authority, we should be showing leadership, we should be endeavouring to act as an interface between the Islamic Society and the people who are living in the vicinity, and that we should take the initiative, not as planners, I accept, but in endeavouring to work out from some form of community development perspective with other appropriate agencies, how we can regulate this and how we can operate it to respect the rights of the Islamic Society and their faith, but at the same time to also respect the rights of the people who are living in the vicinity. That's where I'm coming from, and I'm grateful to Tom McCoffrey for leading in and giving me the opportunity of making the point. And let me say, finally, and going back to what Councillor Driver has said, I'm proud to live in a multicultural society, Scotland, and I want to continue. But there are issues that we've got to address. Let's show leadership as an authority, sir, and endeavour to do that, out with, if need be, the strict parameters of the planning process today.
Can I ask David, I mean, if we do determine this today on purely planning grounds, there's obviously an issue there I think we all share. And how can we take that forward to the further authority so that it's something that can be looked at and discussed and maybe a way found? Is there anything we can do? Or I suppose in the end, the other one is to defer it for further information because we're unhappy that there are going to be 12 people staying in one room.
Again, This is a planning applications committee. This is a planning application. Yes, I agree, there are wider remits of the council. It's not really for me to tell everybody who should be doing what, but certainly the meeting's obviously recorded. The various parties can ensure that the relevant parts of the council and out with the council can hopefully arrange meetings and deal with these things. My remit, I'm afraid, is really just quite narrow in looking at the planning application today.
Okay. Councillor Blake.
I think Councillor McCauley hit on a very valid point, actually, when he mentioned about the opinion of the fire service, for instance. They would consider it a most definite risk where you have persons sleeping on premises. We don't know what fire precautions are in, what fire alarm systems are in, and I think we really need that information. So I would certainly support Councillor McCauley into deferring it for the information that's required.
Councillor Maitland.
While I appreciate why people are showing concerns over this, I think you've got to concentrate. This is a planning matter, and other parts of the council deal with precisely the issues that members are talking about. This is a planning matter. If you look at these, the policies, which is to do with a material conflict and what this is proposed to deal with, there is nothing here which gives you any reason to say that you would not give it were it somebody else. So I think you should be extremely careful. Members must be extremely careful to be completely clear what they're doing and to stick to the planning matters in front of them.
Okay, I've got two more speakers or three more speakers, and then I think we go to a decision. Councillor Geddes, Councillor McCauley, and Councillor Driver.
Well, let me come back to that. As I've already indicated, or I thought I'd indicated, I appreciate there are certain aspects of this issue that we can't deal with under the planning process. But the point I'm making is that, and I accept entirely what Mr. Sutty is saying, it's not for him. It's not his role, it's not his function, it's not his remit to deal with the issues which some of us have already flagged up. But what I'm suggesting, in fact, is that the council must show leadership in addressing this situation, not leaving it, as it were, to sort of discussions between the Islamic Society, the people who are living round about, or perhaps the owners of the car park, i.e. Aldi. And I was careful to say that in conjunction with the appropriate agencies, I had in mind, for instance, such as the fire service, such as Police Scotland, such as antisocial, behaviour, teams, etc. And that's why I'm suggesting it should be addressed in a holistic fashion. Now, if in fact there are two alternatives, as far as I'm concerned, you can endeavour to defer consideration today and to get a report back, as it were, albeit it's not strictly speaking within the planning context, as to what, if any action has been taken in that regard, or alternatively, deal with it today in the strict planning context, but not on the basis that, that's us done our job, it's somebody else's worry, somebody else's responsibility. I'm not prepared to sign up to that. So I'm not suggesting for one moment, Chairman, we make it a condition. But we deal with the planning issues today, but we make it abundantly clear as a collection of elected members, showing a bit of responsibility, not to say leadership, that we will be contacting the appropriate council departments, the appropriate agencies, to ensure, in fact, that meetings are arranged and a process is put in place to endeavour to resolve this situation, fully respecting the rights of all parties. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Chair, with respect, I think that could easily be added in as a footnote in the minute. That's the committee's wish.
Yeah. Councillor McCauley and then Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm still dubious about granting this in its present form, quite frank with you. I don't think there's sufficient information there. I do not understand how you can just arbitrarily say, yeah, we'll grant permission. Now, but we're not putting a condition in, because what we're actually saying here is we're now going to grant permission for this to be a mosque with accommodation. That's what the recommendation says. That's what the recommendation says, right? Which means starting tonight, there can be 12 people staying there tonight and every other night of the year for now to eternity. That's what you're granting if you grant this permission today. Let us bear that in mind. Although the applicant says it can only be 5 days, or a maximum of 3 days, 5 times a year, you're granting planning permission with what it says in that recommendation. And what you're granting is for people to stay there every night And we don't know how many people. We can't put a number on it. The applicant has said a dozen. It could be more than a dozen. Now, if you want to put conditions on, I think you've got to take advice from the relevant services. If this was going to be a place like a hotel, a youth hostel, that kind of thing, what conditions would be there? And I don't want somebody to say, okay, we can put conditions on today that no more than 5 times a year, 3 days at a time. It may well be that certain regulations, i.e. fire regulations, residential regulations, for HMOs, whatever, do not apply for those short periods of time. I'm not prepared to make a decision on that particular, no objections to it being a mosque, but I bear in mind the neighbours round about have rights as well. And I don't want to impose something on them that I wouldn't want to impose on myself. And I don't think I've got enough information here to make a safe decision on behalf of the residents and indeed the applicant. So I think at the end of the day, I would ask this to be continued to get further information. Because if you grant this the way it's worded today, you're granting it in eternity for as many people to stay there as they want and as many nights of the year as they want. You're leaving it open-ended, and I think we need further advice.
Councillor Driver and then Councillor McComb, and then we really will, I think, go to the recommendation.
I agree with a lot of what Alistair and Tom had actually said, but that, again, is it our job to actually do this as a planning committee? Health and safety and all that needs to go in there. Fire service would give advice as to how many people who would be allowed in that particular area, and that would then be down to the applicant to ensure that that is managed at the end of the day. Because we have, for instance, given planning permission for bed and breakfast before, and I'll guarantee that in some stages there will be extra people staying in there because they've got family members. Now, we cannot, as a planning committee, give advice, or should I say, give recommendations that we cannot manage, and I think Tom said that quite rightly so as well. We can give recommendations on planning advice, and the only planning advice that we're getting at the moment is the 2 recommendations that have come forward. I think we've said quite clearly that there are some concerns that we want to make sure are handled sensibly and sensitively as well, and I think that the right way to go about that is having the footnote in the minutes so that the Chief Governance Officer can actually look at that and decide which is the best way to move forward. As for planning side of things, I think that the recommendations are right, and I would move so that we go on them.
I already have that as a motion, Councillor McComb, and then, as I say, we will really go to that recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I would have assumed that as a condition of planning, anything which is approved is consistent with health and safety regulations. I fear we may have a situation with this type of accommodation that there could possibly be a loophole in the regulations, that this may well be a type of accommodation which is not covered.
David, could you cover that point, please?
It's horses for courses. Different pieces of legislation cover different things. Just because you get a grant of planning permission doesn't mean you'll get a building warrant or vice versa, and same for other things. It's really just looking at the land use issues with this planning application.
Councillor Maitland, I believe you put in a motion to accept the recommendation, seconded by Councillor McKee. Councillor McCottery, are you making a motion to suspend for the moment?
I would like this continued for further information on issues that members have raised here, because I feel this could be an unsafe decision with the recommendation we've got before us. I think it's totally unsafe.
Councillor Blake, I think, seconded that earlier on, so we have a motion amendment. Councillor Geddes.
If Councillor Drybrusser is prepared to move as a counter amendment, what he indicated, I would be prepared to support him, sir.
Can we have that counter amendment? I suspect the mover of the motion will accept that anyway. So is that okay? Okay.
No, I want to know exactly what the wording says. What does the wording say of the counter amendment?
Councillor Driver.
Chair, it's with regards to all the debate that's been had with regard to this application, that the issues that have been raised, like health and safety, fire, accommodation, is taken forward by the council outside of the planning committee, so that advice can be given to the applicant and the neighbours of the applicant to ensure that everything's moves forward in a formal manner.
Okay, so do we have just a motion and amendment? Councillor Gillis, you're happy? Councillor Dryburgh's thing will be incorporated?
Yes, I mean, if Councillor Driver is happy with that, I have no problems with it as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and an amendment. Could we hear what they are, please, and then proceed to the vote?
I have a motion proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McKay, as amended, which now reads: to grant the application subject to the conditions as set out in the report, and noting in the minutes of this committee the desire of members that other issues which have been raised, including health and safety and fire, are taken forward by the appropriate departments of the council, and advice is given to the applicant and the community.
Can I suggest that we include the phrase and community relations? No.
The amendment proposed by Councillor McCotry, seconded by Councillor Blake, is to continue consideration of this matter to allow further information on the density of the use of the proposed accommodation, sanitation facilities and fire safety issues to be given to this committee.
And both are competent. Can we then go to the vote, please?
Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Dryburgh. Councillor Gady. Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Maitland.
Motion.
Councillor McCotry. Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Ted Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Witt. That would be 7 votes for the motion, 5 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried. The application is granted subject to the conditions in the report and with the footnote to be inserted as previously said.
Right, folks, it is now 1:45. I was hoping to get through to lunch and get rid of all the speaking, but we're not going to do that. So could we break for half an hour? 1:15 back. Can we go back to item 6, please? Glenchamber Wind Farm, Glenluce Planning application to vary conditions 22, 24 and 25 relating to noise levels of planning appeal PPA/170/2028 issued by the Scottish Government. And I've got Peter Barker and we have Will Jackson of Environmental Standards here as well to go through this report. Over to you, Peter. Certainly.
Given this is a decision of the reporter answerable to the Scottish Government, do we have a right to overturn or consider any decision that he's made?
We can't reconsider the original decision made by the reporter, but if there's an application to vary the terms of a condition attached by a reporter, then in the first instance it comes to us. In the event that the application is refused, there will be a right of appeal back to the reporter that attached the original condition.
Peter, over to you.
Thank you. No slides on this one other than a location plan, just to familiarise members where the site is. You have in front of you a fairly comprehensive report outlining what's been, well, the position in terms of conditions imposed by the Scottish Minister's reporter, and there's also the request that's been made by the applicant to vary certain conditions, and also our response to those. In a nutshell, as a general principle, when the wind industry started off, the industry went for the easiest sites or the sites of least constraint. And gradually over the years, as these have been whittled away, it's now coming upon sites like this one, which are, by implication, less easy to develop because they're encountering certain identified constraints, whether they be ecological or amenity or some other technical reason. And the planning principle is that a development should be granted planning permission unless there's good reason for refusing it. And one way of easing a permission or to make it acceptable is to attach conditions. and the conditions are there, you know, in order to try and resolve or try to mitigate some issue or some constraint that has been thrown up in the assessment process. Now, in this particular case, the site is reasonably close to scattered dwellings around it, and as a result of that, conditions have been imposed by Scottish ministers, and they would have been imposed by the council in any event, controlling the noise climate, or the level of noise that's deemed to be appropriate in terms of being emitted from the wind farm, and also if there are complaints, how that noise complaint would be addressed and what action the developer has to take. Now, in this case, with it having gone to planning appeal, we were left in a position where the reporter was left to impose the actual conditions, and she thought fit to impose the same planning conditions which were placed on the adjacent Carrscrew wind farm. In a nutshell, the noise conditions allow an increase in noise levels, the background noise levels, of 5 decibels before we start to go into a territory where the noise conditions will be technically breached if complaints start to be received. And then the council has a procedure, which might be able to explain later on, whereby if a complaint is received, then the operator has to turn off the turbines, and then a process kicks in whereby the noise or the source of the noise and how to deal with it is then dealt with. Clearly, clearly in terms of the operation of a wind farm, it has commercial implications. You know, once the turbines stop turning, they technically, or they will actually stop generating power, and clearly that's a commercial aspect to the development. That commercial aspect, I think, is generally what's behind the position which we're now in, insofar as the developer is trying to seek the implementation of the development, and it's come across a problem whereby this condition, in terms of the turbines potentially having to be switched off in the case of a complaint, is dealt with. So what they're seeking is a different regime whereby the turbines can effectively still turn even though a complaint has been received. And clearly, you know, you'll see from the body of the report that we feel that that's unacceptable. It would disadvantage the residents. It would still leave them with the original nuisance whilst the nuisance complaint is being investigated. And that's also in the light of the fact that they will still be experiencing a 5 decibel erosion of the noise climate that they had previously. So our position is one of holding firm with the scheme of noise control, which the council has rigidly adhered to in all wind turbine developments it has dealt with, whether they be for single turbines or for larger wind farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further points of clarification? Okay, then I have one objector. It's Dorothy Waterworth. As this is a major application, Dorothy, you have 5 minutes.
When I saw that there was an application to vary the noise conditions on the Glenchamber development, I guessed that the variations being sought would be in favour of the interests of the developer and against those of local people. I.e., it was not a neutral application. ETSU 97, the industry's fallback guidance, offers meagre protection to wind farm neighbours as turbines of increasing height and numbers invade the countryside. The conditions attached to the approval at appeal were set to offer some protection to the amenity of turbine neighbours and to give them confidence that justified noise complaints would be investigated promptly, effectively, and independently. At the same time, the conditions would enable the council to act effectively to resolve noise complaints. The conditions are not perfect from the point of view of the residents, but to agree to them being watered down even further would be a travesty. Residents should have confidence that their amenity will be protected, that complaints will be dealt with independently, promptly, and fairly. In the end, it's a matter of justice, and I hope councillors will back the office's recommendation for refusal.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you. You can return to your seat. Okay. I think Robert needs to give us a clarification on something. Robert?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't put my hand up quickly enough. Just two matters for members to note in relation to the report. 4.17 of the report, which is on page 60, there's a typing error that should read C 4.8 above in the brackets rather than C 4.5 above. There's also an omission in the representation section of the report. There's 9 representatives listed. There's actually a 10th representative, Ms Sherry Churchill of Knockeen's Creetown, who isn't listed there. Having said that, she was notified of this meeting and she has been kept informed in the proper way. It's just due to a technical glitch with our background system, her name doesn't appear in this report. I would also add that the points she made have also been summarised already as part of the points of representation that appear at 3.1.
Okay with that, members? Okay. Can we move on to the applicant then? Louise Davis is the applicant, or on behalf of the applicant, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to point out that RES understand and they share the Council's concern regarding protection of residential community, and as a responsible developer, believe that it's paramount that robust set of conditions are in place. RES, however, considers some of the planning conditions to be worded in a way which are not robust and not enforceable, therefore reducing protection to residential amenity. Condition 22 is currently written refers to a lower fixed limit or background limit plus 5 decibels. This does not adequately account for the cumulative effect from other wind farms in the vicinity, which in theory could result in permitted noise levels exceeding those recommended in appropriate noise guidance, which is ETSUR 97. The limits proposed by RES and suggested amended wording for condition 22 has accounted for cumulative effects from other wind farms, and this has also assumed that those other wind farms are producing noise levels to their maximum consented limits. RES are in agreement with the present wording of condition 22 that a lower daytime limit of 35 decibels should be applied, but have proposed more conservative limits with regards to a lower daytime limit of 40 decibels for the property Glenchamber, which is occupied by a financial beneficiary, whereas the condition as currently worded suggests that this should be a lower fixed limit of 45 decibels. RES have provided tables instead of reference to charts containing background noise levels because this is more precise and accounts from the noise from cumulative wind farms. Tables are more robust because there's no discrepancy about the noise limits applicable to each nearby property. RES believes the purpose of condition 24 should be about providing and implementing an appropriate methodology to establish whether the noise limits permitted by condition 22 are being breached. Compliance with the noise limits in condition 22 should be sufficient to safeguard the amenity of neighbouring properties. The suggested amendment of condition 24 by RES is not for financial gain. It is an unreasonable and irrational for turbines to cease operation when the wind farm may not be in breach of limits, and indeed we don't know
which wind farm or which turbine it is. Proposed conditions 24 and 25 do not allow the operator to breach planning conditions without remedial action, because the purpose of this condition is that noise limits in 22 should be adhered to. It is recognised that the council could serve a breach of condition notice or an enforcement notice in the event a condition was breached, so it's not clear why a shutdown clause is necessary in condition 24. And indeed, with Kilgalley wind farm, which was recently consented, this does not have this condition for a shutdown clause. So in summary, the amended conditions proposed by RES have been granted on many other wind farm projects because they are in accordance with legislation on appropriate planning conditions and have been developed by independent acoustic experts. The conditions proposed by RES are similar to those that can be found in the recently released Good Practice Guide to the Application of National Noise Guidance, NETSUR 97. And the proposed amendments to planning conditions by RES would adequately protect the residential amenity of local property. Thank you.
Any questions, Councillor Driver?
Thank you. I remember this application coming towards the planning committee last year, and one of the reasons why this committee was going to refuse it was because of cumulative effects. Now, what you're saying is those cumulative, I believe the time the applicant said there would be no cumulative effects from that application. Now, what you're saying is there is cumulative effects, and you want us to try and reverse those conditions that somebody else placed upon you.
No, we have already assessed those cumulative effects. That's what we're saying. We have already assessed them in our conditions, but we don't believe the current conditions address that. Expand on that point.
Yeah, just to introduce myself, my name is Matthew Cassidy. I work as an acoustic analyst with RES. Basically what's happening is ETSU defines limits. No matter what turbines are there, they must not exceed the limit. The problem with the conditions that have been proposed are they're suggesting that we alone can produce levels of back doesn't account for cumulative wind farms. The conditions we have proposed take into account those other wind farms, because what it is we derive from those ultimate limits that cannot break minus effects on other cumulative wind farms we cannot left. And that's why it is taken into consideration in the proposed conditions and not
Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just taking up the point Councillor Dryborough has recently stated. To my reading of the situation, this is simply evidence that there are unacceptable cumulative effects. That if you have a number of neighbouring wind farms, what the residents are getting is the cumulative effect of all these wind farms combined together. And from the residents' point of view, it is the overall level of noise which upsets them.
Fully appreciate and understand where you're coming from, but what I need to make clear is that there are limits set at property. So take one property, for instance, there are limits there that cannot be breached by any wind farm. And this is what our point is being made. Other wind farms can produce a certain level of noise at that property. Whatever's remaining is what we cannot breach, but the conditions that are being proposed or that were granted don't take this into account. This is why we're appealing this decision. Conditions are just not robust enough to protect the residential amenity. Is that answer your question?
Not really. I mean, what it tells me is these wind farms are too close together.
No, we specifically designed the wind farm in accordance with guidance to make sure there is no noise issue. There is no noise issue. The issue we have is with the conditions. The wind farm itself is acceptable in terms of conditions.
Councillor McGee.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor McComb was to come back. Sorry.
I mean, to my mind, the conditions are set for each wind farm. and to date have been acceptable for the other wind farm developers?
Yes, there should be set individually for each wind farm. There should be defined set of noise limits for each wind farm. But if we were to produce noise levels granted here, i.e. ultimate limit, then we produce that level. If another wind farm produces that level, then that's in breach of guidance. Therefore, it could potentially be worse. What we have done, proposed conditions, is take into account that all can.
Councillor McKee. And any other member with any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Can we now move into session, Councillor McCautry?
I think we've heard from the applicant and the objector, but bear in mind this committee a year ago unanimously refused this application. It then went to appeal. Now it's actually the Scottish Government reporter who's put these conditions on, and far be it from me to intervene on why he made these conditions. I think that he should be allowed to amend them if he wants to, and in that case I would move we refuse this application. That allows the applicant to have the right to appeal to the Scottish Government.
Councillor Dryburgh and then Councillor Geddes.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, as Councillor McCautry said, we refused this application last year on the effective thing. And cumulative effects was definitely one of the reasons why we refused the application. It was the reporter that put the conditions on after appeal. It's they who decided, and I don't think we as a committee, as a Planning Applications Committee, should go against what we decided last year, because if that is the case, then the reporter would go against, what they've decided at the end of the day. I think what's been made clear in this application and what the applicant has said is that cumulative effect is a definite thing that we need to consider when these wind farms actually come forward. At the end of the day, they would, and they have done in several times, said wind farms do not have a cumulative effect. They certainly do now. And a developer has actually said that.
Councillor Geddes.
As far as I'm concerned, so the matters of short compass, I have no hesitation whatsoever in supporting Councillor McCautry's recommendation that the application refused and the grounds detailed. What I would say in passing, if you look at paragraph 4.17, our officials did in fact endeavour, as it were, to offer an alternative, which apparently was proven to be unacceptable to the applicant. So, say, in the interest of experiencing, I'll support Tom McCautry.
Anyone otherwise minded? No? Okay, then the application is refused. Oh, sorry, Councillor Witt.
I'm minded to agree with the recommendation, but I thought it might be important for me to make a technical point. I read the paper thoroughly, of course, and I understood the reporter's recommendation as per condition 22. But when I came to look at the amendment on page 53, the proposed new wording, I note that it referred to tables, and there are no such tables available. And I would like to ask officers how I could make a judgment on something I had no sight of. I have not seen the tables. The tables are not in our papers. Or is it just too highly technical, or is it something that can be explained in layman's terms to a layman like myself?
Thanks, Chair. It's a good question. When it went to appeal, there were actually tables listed within the reporter's decision notice, if you like. And although we haven't reproduced these within the report, they are a public document. You can get those on the Department of Planning and Environmental Appeals website. So if you're curious about what's contained within those tables, they're actually found within the reporter's decision notice from last year.
Councillor Witt.
Not hugely curious, although I probably should be. However, I just wanted to make sure that the decision we're arriving at is considered safe in terms of the fact that councillors have not seen all the material alluded to in these papers.
Thanks, Chair. No, I'm quite comfortable that the facility for the information is all there. I know you weren't on the Planning Applications Committee at the time, but I did send the decision notice out to all members of the Planning Applications Committee that were present at that time, so they would have seen the decision notice.
With that, I've had a motion. There's no amendment. Can you give us our decision?
Committee has determined to refuse the application on the grounds as set out in the report.
Thank you. I think that's us now back on track, folks. Can we go to item 9, which is Kelhead Quarry, Kelhead Annan, planning application for continued extraction of rock for a further period of 20 years, variation of condition 1 of planning permission, TPM/2/83, and the recommendation is to approve. Case officer is Lindsay Brown. When you're ready, Lindsay, hand over to you.
This is a location plan showing the quarry in relation to the surrounding landscape. As you can see, the A75 runs to the south of the site, and we've got the B7020 to the north. Kelhead, the small building group, lies to the west, and you can see Annan, which is approximately 5 kilometres to the southeast. Starting within the site, this first photograph shows the nature of the quarry. This is a photograph taken centrally looking in a southeasterly direction. This quarry void was filled with water until approximately October 2012, when quarrying operations were recommenced under the original planning permission. This photograph is again taken from a central location within the site, looking in a northeasterly direction towards the B7020. The line of trees towards the left-hand side of the photograph separates the current working area and the previously disturbed areas from the area of land yet to be quarried. Turning to look in a southwesterly direction towards the processing area, the nature of the mobile plant can be seen. The trees in the background screen the quarry and the workings from the A75 to the south. Moving to a position just within the western boundary of the application site, this photo is a view of vehicular access onto the C33A, showing the existing wheel wash and the signage directing traffic towards the A75. Moving out of the quarry and into the surrounding landscape, this photo has been taken from the C33A minor road junction with the B7020 and looks back in a southeasterly direction towards the quarry, which lies behind the trees in the middle ground of the photo. The earth bund near to the quarry entrance can just be seen to the right-hand side of that band of trees. The white houses at the terrace at Kelhead can be seen to the right-hand edge of the photograph. Again taken from the C33A in a position just east of Kelhead, the quarry lies beyond the line of trees in the middle of the photo. The area of land yet to be quarried lies to the left-hand side of the photograph, just beyond the intermittent hedge. Following the C33A road in a southerly direction towards the A75, this photo shows the quarry access and the short distance to the A75, the junction with which can be seen towards the right-hand side of the photograph. This is a distant view of the quarry from the C49A public road, which links the A75 with Bridekirk. The earth bunds and mobile plant can just be made out to the right of centre, but in general the visual impact of the quarry is limited. This slide shows the existing topography within the site, and the following 4 slides show the proposed phases of extraction. This first phase shows the existing northwestern quarry faces, and it will be developed in a northwesterly direction up to the existing tree belt. Phase 2, the extraction, will advance the quarry north and northwestwards. In phase 3, extraction will continue in a northwesterly direction and will also involve the lowering of the quarry floor. And also during this phase, phases 1 and 2 will be restored using soil stripped from And phase 4, or the maximum extraction, will see extraction moving northwestward from phase 3. And following completion of extraction, the restoration of the site will be completed over the subsequent 12 months. These cross sections through the quarry show the depth of working through each of the phases. This final slide shows the conceptual restoration proposals, which would involve forming of ponds and invasive lands. Overall, the application is considered to be in accordance with the Council's development plan and therefore is recommended for approval.
Thank you. And as I have no one wanting to speak, can I just open this up to members and we'll go straight in? Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Chair. I mean, you're looking at page 92 in 4.7, it states quite clearly in there, as a part of the SPP, paragraph 225, an adequate and steady supply of minerals is essential in supporting sustainable economic growth. When you look at Annandale and Eskdale, with the amount of work that's going on for economic regeneration in Annan, Gretna and places like that, we do need these quarries to remain open for as long as possible, and in that I've got absolutely no problem in going with the recommendations within that report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilroy and then Councillor Gaddis.
Yeah, it's just on the timings of quarry being open, because it seems to be at page 9. Well, actually, at page 85, I think we've got in there 9 till 4 on a Monday to Friday, and the only objection that's in seems to be a fusion of when times are, and that quarry is working out with time. Notice in the recommendation we don't reaffirm the times.
Under the current application, we can only consider condition 1, which is in relation to the time that the quarry can be quarried. We can't consider any of the other conditions on the approval.
So the original approval still stands. So the original approval was what, 9 to 5, 9 to 4, 9 to 6? Oh, right. So, okay.
Councillor Geddes.
I think it's already been moved, so I'll be pleased to second it. Adopt the recommendation.
Anybody otherwise minded? Okay. Quickly tell us what we've approved.
Committee is determined to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out in the report.
Thank you. Item 10, land at Auchincastle, formerly part of Lawsnow Farm, Beatock. Planning application for the formation of equestrian exercise area and hardstanding and siting of stable building and container unit. Case officer is David Jenks. When you're ready, David, take us through the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Start off with the slides. The first slide shows a view of the site looking north. The site occupies a rural setting and it's located within a clearing screened by established woodland on 3 sides. It's a generally flat site. It's not overly prominent in the context of the surrounding landscape. Visual impact is limited from surrounding viewpoints. You can see that timber post and wire fencing and a field gate has been erected, and the metal storage container also forms part of the application site. You can see in the middle of the screen. The site's already been partially surfaced in a hard standing, and it should be pointed out that the application also proposes to finish the exercise area in a sand surface, and that area has been delineated by timber posts, which you might be able to see centrally located to the right of the screen. Panning slightly further right, you can see there's a timber stable block has been constructed. Better view of it there. This slide shows the view from just next to the site. The site's to the left, just out of shot. The West Coast main line is to the right, and directly down at the bottom of the private access track is the public road, U311A. This slide shows a view in the opposite direction, looking away from the site. You can see there's significant woodland cover in the locality. And finally, the site location plan shows the application site in red and land in the ownership of the applicant in blue. Elevations which show the steel storage container and timber building. The key determining issues in this case are discussed in paragraphs 4.1 to 4.6 of the report of handling. The recommendation is to approve the application subject to conditions. One of the conditions recommended, just point out, is that the exercise area shall be for private use only, for the applicant only, and no independent riding, school or business open to members of the public shall be carried out therein. That's a standard condition that we apply to these type of applications quite regularly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any points of clarification? The officer? Councillor Brown? Thompson, sorry.
Just as well I can remember your name.
Yeah.
See ya.
Could I just ask the officer what the steel container is actually used for?
As far as I'm aware, it's just a storage container ancillary to the use of the riding arena. So it would be for general storage of equipment associated with the exercise area.
Okay. Any other points of clarification? Okay, then can we move to the objectors? Could I ask Scott Hunter on behalf of Mary Morahan, come to the table, please? You have 3 minutes, sir.
Absolutely, thank you. My name's Scott Hunter. I'm a solicitor. I'm acting on behalf of Mary Moram, who can't attend today because of illness. The first point to stress is that this is an unauthorised development. The work began in October 2012. We're now towards the tail end of May. When I drove past this morning, we do have the hardstanding, we've got the stables, we've got the block, there's 3 horses on site. There's also some horse carts as well. The main issue relates to paragraph 4.6 of the report. It's not so much the access from the main road, the main Auchincastle road, it is the private access track. I'm grateful for the photos that have been put up by Mr. Jenks, but they don't actually tell the whole story. Now, I drove down this morning and I consider myself a relatively careful driver. If you're coming off the Auchincastle road and it's a very tight turn, now this is the key element, it's a single track road. There is no room for 2 cars. There's very little passing places. On the right-hand side, driving towards the development, you've got a soft verge and a fence. On the left-hand side, you've got a soft verge and a very steep embankment onto the railway line. The creation of an equestrian centre suggests that you're going to have horse boxes, horse cars, larger vehicles supplying the centre. How's he going to get there? Now, I'd very much welcome committee members taking a trip down, 2 of them coming in opposite directions and seeing how they're going to come to and from the access road. It's very difficult. It involves some degree of reversing. And if it's late at night or it's in the winter, that is nigh near impossible. Also to raise the fact that when the development first began in October, heavy-duty lorries were taking items to the site. That absolutely tore up the access road, which has been filled in. That's neglected in the report and is not mentioned to you. If you're going to have further vehicles, horse boxes, 4x4s using the road, there's a key danger that the road is not going to be suitable. And certainly the private access road can't be guaranteed for a public safety perspective. Another thing which I would just echo is to make sure that a condition is placed that this is for private use only. There's a great danger in the community that this is just the start of a commercial venture and that once completed, further application is going to be lodged to change that to to commercial use. And this access road is simply not suitable for that.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you.
Now could I have Lawrence Wilson on behalf of R. Aikman, Mrs. A. McPartin, T. Callum Patallo and Velda Young. Can I ask you, is it one straight through presentation, or have you got several on behalf of the different people? You've got, I mean, you've got, yeah, you've got a maximum 12 minutes, but it was whether you wanted to split it up into. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Lift off. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As the gentleman before me said, this has proved a great inconvenience and worry to the adjoining neighbours that take access off this private road. Now, the most unusual thing in many ways about this application, not only was it an authorised development and then eventually an application, but nevertheless all the work continued to proceed and the matter was brought to the attention of the authorities, an application is now before us. There's nothing on that application that suggests that although this is a very difficult road to get from A to B, and with respect, it's very difficult on site to take photographs to show exactly what it's like, but it is actually a fairly steep road. And the houses that take access from our clients are round. I wonder, Mr. Sutty, could we have the road up on, oh, thank you, Mr. Jinks, much obliged to you. That's great, thank you. Now that's just looking back down to the public road, of which there's been one or two alterations to, but it doesn't seem to have come up in the consultations with the roads department. They've just said, well, there's no objections. But one or two alterations have happened at that bottom entry point. This is on a very steep corner. As you can see, the applicant, well, you can see from this photograph, there's quite a drop down to the right to the fast track Edinburgh, Glasgow, Railway Route South. There's no fencing along it. The houses sit at round about 600, 500, 600 above sea level. So in most of the winter, that's either covered with snow. We're up in the Moffat Hills here. That's either covered with snow or ice, which I know for a fact, because I've been up and down there several times in those types of weather. So whilst that doesn't directly affect what's happening in the field to the left, it has a knock-on mitigating effect on the access if this development is going to carry on and if it's going to be approved. Because in effect, the applicant, instead of going into his site from the north side, where there is a large double gate on the public road, which you could drive two JCBs side by side in, for whatever reason, he's decided to come to very narrow access, which has made it very difficult for the objector into a new access at the top. Now, I think they would probably have some thoughts about the representations where there to be another condition, saying, well, look, go into the double gate at the bottom end of the public road, because you don't have to come up this dangerous single-track road. And I would hope that the council and elected members would give that some thought. The double gate is at the bottom of that track. It's 10 metres to the left off the end of the track, and it takes you right into the application field, rather than coming all the way up a very narrow road. It's a single-track road. Horses come up that road with riders to go into the site. There'll be a dreadful conflict of people and horses together, either to reverse up or to gallop back down, or alternatively to fall over the side. God forbid that should happen. I think the main issue of this is just exactly as had been said, that there's a feeling that this application will move on to something that might be more commercially orientated, in which case, on that road, you can get one car up at a time easily, but you certainly couldn't get a lot of cars up. Now, that would happen if the application came in, and that would be a separate matter. But this is an opportunity for the council to consider the other double access gate, which is on the public road and takes you comfortably into the application field on the left of that photograph. I would probably ask the council to consider, I've heard it already today, I think it's a good photograph, but I don't think it does the concerns justice. I would be quite happy to ask the council if they would consider a site visit. I think then you would get the feeling of concern that the applicants have, and it's a very serious concern. If someone goes off that banking and they're in a horse box, and they've got a horse in the horse box, it will just roll onto the main railway line. There's no doubt about that. Let alone an elderly couple having to reverse all the way back up 150 metres or so of roadway to let some horses by. It's a practical solution to allowing the development to go ahead safely and comfortably. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, sir. And you've been under 6 minutes, so well done. Any questions? No, you can resume your seat then. Right, members, you're in session. Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Chair. I mean, I heard both objectors there talking about work going on whilst planning permission had not been granted. And I'm a bit concerned with that and maybe find out what recourse there could actually be. But I think just to back that up, it might be an idea to actually have a site visit to see if there is potential opportunities for this other entrance for this gate. And I would so put forward a motion forward in that respect, because I've got a concern that if applicants are now going ahead with their build or whatever it is they're actually doing without permission, then I think they're basically taking us as a joke in the Plan Applications Committee. And that's just not good enough.
Councillor Maitland.
May I, before I decide whether I'm going to oppose that, ask a question?
Carry on.
Thank you. I would like to know, is there any reason at all why horses could not use that private drive in any case, even if there was a road made from the public road, which in the face of it seems to be a perfectly sensible suggestion?
Sorry, do you mean that use the access that we're seeing on the slide? No, there's no planning reason why not. Presumably if they have right of access across it, and in Scotland there's no law of trespass, as far as I'm aware they could just go up and down that road.
Councillor Blake.
Yeah, could I just ask the officers to point out on the map for item 10 where this proposed other access will be? Because I couldn't quite figure it out.
David can probably keep me right, but what I'm presuming has been put forward is land out with the application site, which is within the blue line, just on the one marked location plan, just running up at the top corner.
I presume it's the road you can see that runs west to east. Presume there's an access in there that could be taken.
Again, as ever, we've got to consider the application that's before us. You've got the red line around the application site. That falls out with the red line, so it wouldn't be part of this application site if they're talking about forming a new road coming down.
Councillor Ted Thompson.
I wasn't aware that I'd actually asked to speak, but I would have no sort of hesitation in seconding the motion made by Councillor Driver that we defer this until we have a site visit.
Okay, I have a motion for that. Is there anybody otherwise minded? Councillor Maitland.
Yes, I don't think we need to. I think we've got enough information there to decide it.
That's an amendment, I presume. Is there a seconder? Okay, then I think we need to go to a vote on this one, don't we? A site visit or carry on?
Motion proposed by Councillor Driver, seconded by Councillor Ted Thompson, is to defer consideration for a site visit. Amendment proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor Gilroy, is to proceed to determine the application today. Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Driver. Councillor Geddes. Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor McCottrell. Councillor McComb. Oh, he's gone, sorry, my bad. Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Ted Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Witt. That's 8 votes for the motion and 3 for amendment. The motion is carried. There will be a site visit.
Yeah, and on that, thanks for council, we voted for that site visit. If we do get to the site and there are works being taken place that did require planning applications, what recourse have we got?
Basically, in the first instance, whenever works have been undertaken without the relevant planning permission, then our planning inspector, Mr. Curry, amongst others, will chase seeking a retrospective application. If the permission is granted, then there is no need for any remedial action. Only in the circumstances that somebody is carrying out work that is wholly unacceptable and would stand no chance of being recommended for approval would we ever jump in with a stop notice or something like that. Any works which are undertaken without the benefit of planning permission are undertaken entirely at the applicant's own risk. So in the event that the committee decided to refuse the application, then it would follow that an enforcement notice would follow as well. They would have a right of appeal to that, but obviously that's very much at their own risk that they've undertaken the works to date.
Okay, can we move on? Item 11, the Schoolhouse, Main Street, Kirkcolm, Sanquhar, planning application for erection of building for use as cattery and formation of additional 3 car parking spaces. Recommendation: notify the Scottish Ministers of intention to approve subject to conditions. Case officer is Andrew Robinson. Andrew, can you take us through the report, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is for the erection of a building in the rear garden of a house that would be used as a cattery and also for the formation of 3 car parking spaces. The site itself is outlined in blue in the centre of the map there. It's located in the western part of the settlement of Kirkcolm, and it's bounded to the north by the main Dumfries to Glasgow railway line, to the west by the A76 trunk road, and to the south to Category B listed Kirkcolm Parish Church. This plan shows the proposed site plan, and you can see that the proposed building is denoted by a red line to the north of the main house. 3 car parking spaces proposed at the front of the property, which are denoted by 3 hash lines, and the existing access to the site would remain unaltered, which at present is an access to a side road that then leads directly onto the A76. The building itself is a timber-clad outbuilding. It measures 15 metres in length by 3.1 metres in width and a maximum height of 2.1 metres, sorry. And the building would actually be subdivided to comprise 1 office reception and 10 separate pens to house cats. The next few slides just shows the site. The building will be located in this position in the garden area. There's a wall on the left-hand side and a detached garage which is located at the front of the site. This is taken from a pretty similar position but shows the nearest neighbouring property, which is located about 15 metres away. And the building itself will actually be located in quite close proximity to the house. This is a photograph of the front of the site where 3 car parking spaces are proposed, and as you can see, there's quite a lot of space at the front of the site, which will allow cars to exit the site in a forward gear. This is the existing access arrangement, and you see there's a slip road, and then the A76 is just beyond there. As outlined in paragraph 2.1 of the report, Transport Scotland have raised concerns with the proposal on the grounds of allowing an extra intensification of this access due to the somewhat substandard nature of the access. Visibility from it, this is looking from to the north, so you've got the side road on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side is the A76, and just around the corner is the end of the 30 miles per hour speed limit zone. And to the south, this is the visibility that's shown there. So in summary on this application, the proposal represents a small-scale business enterprise which both council policy and Scottish planning policy strongly encourages. Officers are of the opinion that the proposal raises no concerns with regard to visual amenity or residential amenity to neighbouring properties. Whilst the objection from Transport Scotland is understood by officers due to the somewhat substantial nature of the access, all planning applications have to be determined on their individual merits. And in this case, it's considered this development is going to generate a very low traffic level, which isn't really going to impact on road safety to a detrimental degree. And that's helped by the fact that it's within a 30-mile-per-hour area and the visibility is quite good. So it's not considered that the road safety concerns are sufficient to refuse this application or outweigh any potential economic benefits, and therefore it's recommended by officers to approve the application. But because a statutory consultee has objected, we would have to notify that intention to approve the application to the Scottish Ministers. Thank you, Chair.
Any point of clarification? Councillor Ted Thompson.
Just on page 110, 2.2, the council road officer, although he has no objections, is actually saying that 5 parking spaces should be provided in total. Is that actually in the plan to provide 5 parking spaces, or is it 3?
It's actually 3, but there's already sufficient parking on the site to accommodate that. So the application form actually states that on the site there's already room for 6 cars on the site, and they're proposing an additional 3. So there'll actually be space for 9 car parking spaces. That's the information that's been submitted in the application form, and the council's road officer will have looked at that and is comfortable that there's sufficient parking space on the site.
Okay, any other point? No. Can we then move on and hear our objector? Could Andrew Donaldson come forward, please? You have 3 minutes, sir.
Transport Scotland were consulted on the application for the cattery. We undertook an assessment of junction arrangement at junction trunk road, as well as the closeness or proximity to existing access to the house. What was found was that vehicles accessing the house cut across the actual junction layout, effectively traversing the junction at a particular angle. Now, if a vehicle was coming down the 8U460N, and waiting at the give-way line to enter onto the trunk road, such a vehicle delayed exiting the trunk road, so not getting access into the property, which would have a consequential effect, an impact on the safety of traffic on the trunk road. As you can appreciate, our responsibility is access on the trunk road so that safety of all trunk roads is catered for. There hasn't been an accident history at the location since 1990. However, pre-1990 there was 10 accidents at the location, which was dealt with as part of the ongoing route action plan to put down shell grip or anti-skid material at the bend located just outside the junction 460N. Now, as I say, our concern is based on the intensification of use of the property, and as we mentioned, the availability of 5 parking spaces on the property indicate that the intention would be that these spaces would effectively be used, wouldn't provide 5 spaces without having these, which, as we raises concern on that level of intensification. Now, in line with Transport policy looking towards mitigation, we have suggested to the applicant that of an access, direct access be taken up, which will close the existing access, move the access 15 metres into the direction of Toronto northward, and effectively a much better access, clearer access if there's a way forward, however this is a solution. Before we get made a recommendation forward.
Members, questions? Councillor Driver.
Thanks, yeah. Mr. Donaldson, can you bring up the picture of the entrance facing down into Kirkcolm? That one, yeah. So what you're suggesting, Mr. Donaldson, I take it it's Transport Scotland that you actually work for?
Yes, Transport
Scotland. You would take an access 15 metres down from this junction?
Thereby 15 metres, but it would be dependent on achieving the visibility place. I say 15 metres, it would be 10 metres, it would be 12 metres, but it would be determined, exact location would be determined by on-site measurement, visibility.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor McKee.
Obviously, if they identified an area for development where costly matter, would you be paying for it, or would you expect the developer to pay for it?
It would be for the developer to pay for it.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir. You can return to your seat. No, sorry.
You say you've approached the applicant with this suggestion.
Yes.
Have you had a response?
Yes, I think in the report they did say that they felt it was cost inhibitive to the size of development. That's it. But as I say, Transport Scotland are willing to discuss with the applicant if there is a way forward, a way forward, what that means as possible.
No other questions? And thank you, sir. You can return to your seat. Can I have Mrs. Lamb, the applicant, please? And again, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Lamb. My reasons for wishing to set up this boarding cattery is firstly because I've been a cat person for all of my life and have the experience to understand the needs of cats and their owners. I have discovered that there is no other cats-only facility purely for cats 30 miles south and north of Kirkcolm. I will provide that much needed service that is currently not available, and not just for Kirkcolm, but for the wider community. And in doing so, I shall potentially provide some local employment, which Kirkcolm needs as much local investment as possible. My cattery will be visually attractive and environmentally friendly, and that's important to me as a member of the Brighten Up team for Kirkcolm. We already enhance the village, and that will include my cattery. I will source locally grown plants and create the entrance to my cattery, which is also the north approach to the village. This will be vastly improved with what I plan to do with a passion. And just to end, my cattery will enhance Kirkcolm. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Stay there. We'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Ted Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. You indicate in your plans, parking spaces. Could you just elaborate on what these extra parking spaces will be used for?
Yes, well, to be perfectly honest, we added on the extra parking spaces just in case. I didn't really need to ask for that. I already have ample space to park cars. I'm not envisaging having cars coming and going every day. It's not going to happen like that. It's very small. Probably be mostly at the weekends when I will operate, but there'll be very little difference to the traffic flow from my business as a result of that.
Sorry, my question really was, what was the purpose of the parking spaces?
Parking space, simply for people to drop off their cats and collect their cats, and that's it.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. You can resume your seat.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, members, we're in session. Councillor Garrison, Councillor Dryburgh, and Councillor Maitland.
I would move so that the application be granted on the basis proposed in the case officer's report.
Okay, Councillor Dryburgh.
Second that.
Councillor Maitland.
More than happy, but I just wanted to make the point. I mean, I'm presuming that Mrs. Lamb could have a party every day of the week and have 10 people in and out of our house and have that level of activity. I mean, we've got to go through the motions and think about this thing realistically. So I think, while it's understandable that you have to come and do your job, I think the issue here is the actual number, and the impact is going to be very tiny.
Any other points? Do I have a motion? Accept the recommendation. You all agreed on that? Okay. Paula?
The committee has determined to notify Scottish Ministers of intention to approve the application subject to conditions as set out in the report.
Item 12, 23 Bank Street, 98 Irish Street, Dumfries. Application for late listed building consent for repainting of exterior of building. Andrew, this is yours as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is for late listed building consent to repaint the exterior of a Category B listed building that fronts Irish Street in Dumfries Town Centre. The property itself is currently in use as a restaurant. The slide shows the location of the property, which is highlighted in red in the centre of the map there. Just to give a bit of location bearing, the High Street's just on the right-hand side. And adjacent to the property and connected to it is a building that's on the corner of Bank Street and Irish Street, which this property is connected to, and the site lies within the medieval town conservation area. This slide just shows a close-up of the property, and it identifies the elevation that has been painted on this property. The property has been painted in a bright forest green to the walls in a modern impermeable gloss finish, and the door surrounds have been completed in a similar type of paint in a red finish. And this is a close-up of the front elevation of the property where the type of paint, and especially the gloss finish, is more noticeable. This is the property on the left-hand side and the adjoining property number 23 Bank Street, and they're all part of the same premises, but it's important to point out that both properties actually have individual listing descriptions, so they're separately listed both at a Category B level by Historic Scotland. This photograph shows the property within the context of Irish Street, and the wide area, this is the appearance of Bank Street. This is a recent photograph of the property, and it's been brought to attention by a complaint regarding some unauthorised adverts that have been attached to the property within the last couple of weeks. However, paragraph 1.4 of this of the report explicitly states that the application that is in front of you is just for the painting, so any other alterations that have been made are not actually the subject of this application. And the property was previously painted in a white colour, and this is actually taken in 1995. So the property has been previously painted in the past. So in summary on this application, officers are of the opinion that the building has been painted in a type of paint that's inappropriate for a listed building. The impermeable modern gloss paint in particular fails to respect the character and appearance of this building and the setting of the adjoining listed building at number 23 Bank Street, as it over-dominates and overwhelms the visual appearance of the building to a detrimental degree. There's also concerns that the type of paint that's being used would fail to preserve the underlying stonework of this building, which is a feature of the listing. Although it's noted that this building has been brought back into use and was previously vacant, this is an application for listed building consent, and therefore officers can only assess this application on its visual impacts on the character and appearance of the listed building itself and any adjoining setting of an adjoining listed building. And it's considered by officers, it's contrary to listed building policy, this proposal. It's recommended the application is refused and appropriate enforcement actions taken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, a point of clarification. Stephen Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick clarification on, you showed a picture earlier of advertisements on the building and then said that that shouldn't be considered as part of this application. So I was just wondering what the benefit of that was.
It was just for information purposes, just to update on the current situation of the building, and that's really all it was really. But that's the current appearance of the building, but it's not actually to determine this application. It was just more for information purposes surrounding the case.
Councillor Witts and Councillor Driver.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to know about some more detail about the fact that the paint that has been used is detrimental to the building, you're saying here, because it's impermeable. Could you elaborate more about that?
Yes, Councillor. When we're assessing applications for listed building, we're looking in detail at not only of the actual appearance of the paint, but also whether it preserves or enhances the character and appearance of the listed building. And that's thinking about the wider future of the building. And listed building policy has a presumption against any alterations that will not preserve the character of the building. So what's of concern with the impermeable paint, which is actually highlighted more in paragraph 4.8, and I'll quote that it's likely to cause damage to the stonework beneath as a result of moisture entrapment behind the surface, preventing the evaporation of moisture from the underlying fabric. So it's very much looking at the detail of the listed building, how it's affecting the building itself.
Councillor Dryburgh and then Councillor Gilroy.
So the picture before of this building being in white paint, yeah. Now, I would imagine if that sandstone was still under there, they would have had to ask for permission to paint that white. Was that clarifying?
This was historically painted. The listing description, which dates to 1981, actually mentions that it was originally stonework, but it has been painted in this colour.
So if today that green was coloured white, there probably wouldn't be any objections to that. It's been like that since 1981.
It's actually within conservation area guidance and listed building guidance that there is a presumption against the painting of unpainted sort of stonework. So, for example, the building on the right-hand side there, if it was painted in any application of colour, it wouldn't comply with the Council's conservation area guidance. There's very much a presumption against preserving existing stonework on listed buildings.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but I think the building was actually listed in 1981 when it was painted. Is that correct? So it was listed with it being painted. Yeah. So the main issue then, therefore, is the fact that yes, it was long-standing painted. The key issue, therefore, now is the type and the colour of the paint, whether it's acceptable.
Councillor Gilroy.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. I noticed that the community council are objecting to the colour as well as the type of paint, but you're actually only really objecting to the type of paint. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor. Officers are not 100% convinced that this colour is inappropriate because there's various different types of mineral paint and historical paints that could be explored because the application is a late consent. That's never had the chance to explore that. So the type of paint is of much concern with its visual prominence, but not necessarily the colour.
I think it's fair to say the particular colour chosen is probably too strident for a listed building, particularly the red around the frontage. But it's not to say that the building couldn't be painted in some acceptable colour.
Okay. If there are no further questions, then I have no objectors, but I do have, on behalf of the applicant, Craig Denham and Robert McAleese. Could you come to the table, please? Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes. As the applicant. 3 minutes, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, that's fine, guys. That's fine. Many thanks for listening this afternoon. It seems to be a little bit of confusion. When we took over the building, we just done a tidy up and clean up the building which from your photo there doesn't actually show. There was a shiny paint used on that building originally, which we've gone over. Everything was done in good faith to the project. I mean, just being laypersons, it was just to identify a new business to Dumfries. I actually thought in conversations with Mr. Curry that the issue today was solely about the colour of the building. It wasn't until I received your letter on Monday that I realised there was an issue with the type of paint used. We was asked for retrospect planning permission, and I was only asked to supply a swatch colour of the paint we used, which I handed in with the relevant paperwork. Since then, admittedly we only had a short time because I received the letter on Monday, I found some documentation in relation to the paint we used, and it's actually quite eco-friendly gloss. I know there wasn't time to present this as I wasn't aware of it, but I have got evidence of the paint that we used. It was very expensive and it's quite friendly. The colour itself, the bottom of the road, which the picture doesn't show, is a very similar colour. Up the high street, it's a very similar colour for the new Paddy Power building. And one of the main issues to keep the shine to the building was our population of seagulls is not very good in Dumfries, which means I can wash that building down quite regularly because we are a restaurant, and it's not nice for people to walk in with so much mess on the walls. The red pillars are only an undercoat. As you can see, the grey at the bottom is still an undercoat because we wasn't finished. We stopped work when Mr. Curry come along to say there was a problem with this. So there's still a couple of little issues there to be addressed. Again, I just believe we've done right. The building from the outside identifies the inside of our business. Our website is built into it. Our stationery is built into it. So I just hope you understand that, please.
I would just like to say that we're independent business. We're not a big chain. We employ over 20 people. To have scaffolding put on this building with the paint to be taken off would be bad for business, stop people coming in, and therefore jobs could go. I don't think we could afford it. So we were very sorry for painting the building the colour we did, but it goes with everything else in with Mississippi, and we weren't aware that we're doing anything wrong. We're just colouring the paint that was already on, and it's the same colour as the deli at the end of the street, Paddy Power. You've got a few other buildings in Dumfries, the same colour, and we're sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, questions? Councillor Gilroy?
Well, you must realise buildings.
Honestly, we lease the building. We don't own the building. We just lease the building. And the paperwork that come with the building is a huge file, yeah? Our timescale and budget, I mean, which was not done on a whim. We've spent over £50,000 to do the building. So it's not as if we're just walking away from it. And it was just something nice and different for a new project in Dumfries. I mean, we fought for community and tourism and a revenue for making money, employing people. Them things were at the factor. And so, no, I won't lie to you. I just done it. Yeah, done it.
Any further questions? No? Well, thank you, gentlemen. You can retake your seat.
Thank you.
Members, you're now in session. Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, obviously this is a new business to Dumfries, and obviously it backs, employment in the area, and the cost of scaffolding and shot blasting and all that sort of sand blasting, that is a massive cost for new people. And I'm just wondering if there's something that can be done to bring it back, understanding that the colour goes with the inside and all that, but white goes with everything as well. I'm just wondering if there's a potential to get that back to the original colour it was in 1981 with that particular paint. The late listed building consent, obviously, I think we have to go along with the recommendations because of what it is, but I think with a young business here, we need to start helping these.
Councillor Gilroy.
Get back to the thing that actually I don't mind the colour, brightens up the street. So it is the type of paint and it's damaged, stowed underneath, and that's the problem. And the only way of dealing with it.
That's the advice that we've been been given by the council's conservation officer in his consultation response.
And if that doesn't
We would have to consider taking enforcement action, which I believe is something that's under delegated powers. Is that right, David?
So if it didn't happen, if we didn't take action, you mean, what would be the consequences? Well, ultimately, because of the sandstone is a porous stone, so it obviously needs to breathe. Whenever you cover it over with something which is impermeable, you're trapping in the moisture, which actually accelerates the erosion of the sandstone. So in its current position, it won't do the listed building any good in the long term. So leaving it the way it is, unfortunately, is likely to have a detrimental impact on the longevity of the building. That's contrary to local and national advice on listed buildings. So our view as officers is, I'm afraid, it would be irresponsible to not take some action to get it.
Sorry, you've spoken. And anyone else? Councillor Witt?
Yeah, I'm hearing two different opinions about this paint. I mean, the applicant did say that he thought that wasn't really detrimental to the structure of the building. I mean, if it is, obviously we'll have to ask for it to be removed, but has it been tested? I mean, there's paint and paint.
As officers, we didn't get a lot of information regarding the actual paint. There was a sample submitted with the application which just showed what the paint colour was, and we've assessed this as part of the application, as part of the consultation responses, and also against listed building guidance, and come to the conclusions highlighted in the report about the paint. But there was no information submitted about the type of paint in detail. It was just this sample that was submitted with the application.
Any other comments? Councillor Ted Thompson, Councillor Archie Dryborough, Councillor McCall.
I think the issue in front of us is that the fact of the nature of the paint that would cause damage to the building. I mean, that's the opinion that is in front of us. I know that the applicant has indicated that the paint is eco-friendly, but that doesn't tell us anything about its impermeability. I'd be inclined, to refuse on the grounds of the recommendations, but I'm happy to listen to others' recommendations.
Councillor Driver.
I was just thinking about how you clean this up. I mean, talked about sandblasting, but was there any chemical cleaning method that can be used? Because that can be used with extended hoses, which doesn't require scaffolding and things like that.
The actual, sorry.
Can I add to that? I mean, the understanding I had from people who did something like this in Langham, that sandblasting actually does serious damage to sandstone as well.
Yeah, just for clarity on that, there is, as far as I know, still in place a Historic Scotland embargo against shot blasting, sandblasting, any abrasive method of cleaning on sandstone that is unpainted, for the reason that you can accelerate the erosion on it. So, for example, the ones on the right and the left-hand side there, we would not be in favour of abrasive methods of cleaning. When you've actually got paint, you're trying to remove the paint that is there rather than blast the sandstone itself. But to a degree, what we're looking at, there's two separate issues. The potential for enforcement is a delegated matter. That's something which we would have to look into very carefully as to the exact method of bringing the paintwork that's there off and putting something else back on. The issue, which is the application, is for this particular application of paint, is it acceptable to grant listed building consent for it? And all you're really looking at is the effect on the character of the listed building. That's what this application is for.
Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeking clarification on the original listing of this building. When it was listed in the 1980s, was it covered with an impermeable gloss paint?
Okay, I'll just provide a bit of clarification on that. Number 98 Irish Street, which the building that's being painted is listed under, was listed on the 6th of March 1981, and the description that we get from Historic Scotland is actually quite brief. It's really just enough to identify the building, but it does state that it was painted Droved Ashula. So it's implied that it's painted, but it hasn't gone into the details of the actual paint that's applied.
Councillor McCoskey.
I think the actual original building, I don't think it was glossy, but I think white bits, but I think the brown bits were glossy. I seem to remember that being quite a shiny pilaster at either side of the door at one time. I mean, I think there's a problem there. If you look at some of the buildings that have been cleaned up, like the former Methodist Church, which is now the, whatever it's called, Public House, you can see there where they try to sandblast it back, and the paint's still there. And I think the most obvious one, and it wasn't a permeable paint, it was the, not impermeable, but permeable paint, is old Lennox the Grocer's, which is pound stretchers. If you stand at Burns' statue and just look above the windows there, you'll see every brick is numbered, A1, A2, A3, because they made them take down the building because it was listed. What the guys did, they painted in whitewash on the sandstone bricks where they were, A1, A2, A3. If you go and stand at Burns' statue on a damp day, you can see all the numbers coming back out, and that's 45 years since that was done. So I'm not so sure that this blasting things or whatever else, if there's any damage been done to that, it's been done in the past. You know, because that building's always been painted since I can remember. As a schoolboy at the academy, back 50 years now, and it's a long time. I mean, I think if there's any damage to that building, it's been done, and I'm just beginning to wonder whether this is worth pursuing.
Councillor Blake and Councillor Witt, and then I think we'll try and write the conclusion.
I must admit I was going down a very similar line. We're being asked to take quite an important decision, certainly for the applicant, to refuse this on the basis of the damage that this paint may or may not be having on the building. I appreciate we've got the opinion of the council's conservation officer, but the applicant himself was only notified this week that this paint may in fact cause some damage. So I don't think we have that information. I know I'm very hesitant to put yet another delay in the proceedings and planning, but I feel uncomfortable that we could make that decision today.
Okay, Councillor Witt.
Oh, did I indicate? Oh well, okay. Interesting situation is that I actually maybe should declare an interest and say that I own a sandstone property in Dumfries, and I've owned it since 1978.
Sorry, you're not getting away with that one.
And it's been painted ever since that time, but it was masonry.
I have somebody suggesting that we maybe need to delay this for further information.
Yeah, on the true effects of the paint and also the possible damage that removing that paint may make on the sandstone. We could be acting on something that's actually going to cause more damage. We just don't know that.
Councillor Maitland, do you want in?
Well, instinctively, I mean, I know that the council would no more put gloss paint onto its own building than fly over the moon. And I have to say that you know, this is about preservation of a listed building, and on that basis, I would be very worried if the committee was to leave impermeable paint on a listed building in its built heritage in Dumfries. That's what people wanted to do. If at this stage people are going to get more information about what does happen, I'm happy to go along with that. But I will say that it would be unlikely that the council would do something to damage its own buildings and not be wrong in doing it.
What I'm hearing is that we probably want to delay this till we get further information on the paint and on what damage would be done if it was taken off the building. Is that fair, Councillor Gilroy?
I think also on the kind of paint that was on it before, damage might already be done. You know, we don't know that.
So it's a full report on past and present and what damage may have been done and what damage could be done. Are we all signed up to that? So we defer this at the moment we get that information. Agreed? Okay, then we defer this one.
Committee has determined to defer consideration of this application pending further information on the paint and historic painting of the building.
Right, folks, can we move on? Item 13 is 29 Fieldside Annan, planning application for erection of first floor extension over existing garage and construction of chimney to south gable elevation. David, is this yours?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is. Case Officer Carla's on leave at the moment. So this is a wholly residential. Yeah, no, we allowed officers to leave. Can you imagine? This is a wholly residential area in Annan, a mixture of two-storey and single-storey properties. The reason it's before you as an application is because it is one of the building standards inspector's own applications, so it has to come before committee. And it's a fairly standard three-bedroom detached two-storey house with an attached single-storey garage on the side. And that's the view from the rear. And what they're proposing to do is build up over the garage in line with the front and rear elevations to provide an extra bedroom, and you've got a chimney breast and chimney going on the other side. That's the view from the rear. The extension, because the garage doesn't go the full length, will come out to the full length, and there's that sort of void on the right-hand side would be there. So just running through the photos, that's the existing property. And you can see what I mean about the garage being recessed, so the extension would be in line with the back elevation. There's one objection in terms of loss of daylight and noise during construction. Noise during construction we can't look at. And in terms of the loss of light and overlooking, it's been assessed and considered to be acceptable. The recommendation is to approve.
Okay, I have no speakers for this. We're in session. Councillor Driver?
Agree, subject to recommendations.
Everybody agreed with that? Okay, thank you. The applications, oh sorry.
Yeah, the committee has determined to approve the application as set out in the report.
Now, the following applications are not eligible for public speaking. So number 14 is Hare Hill near Newcomnock, planning application for the upgrading of site access track, associated drainage and ancillary development and borrow pit temporary associated with erection of 39 wind turbines as extension to Hare Hill Wind Farm. Renewal of unimplemented planning permission 07/P/3/00584. Pat Hannah, please.
Thanks, Chair. This application is before members excuse me, purely because it is a major application in that it covers a site area of more than 2 hectares. The application site itself relates to the access to the proposed Hare Hill Wind Farm, which is actually wholly within East Ayrshire. You can see a dotted or a dashed line running centrally down the screen. And the application site is the area outlined in red to the right of the dashed line, not to the left of the dashed line. There's no turbine. The proposal involves upgrading of the access track at points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 shown, and formation of 4 borrow pits. This is a typical view of the access track from East Ayrshire looking towards the forestry that surrounds the access of Dumfries and Galloway. Typical view of the track within Dumfries and Galloway. And a rather nice view back from the top of the hill. The application is, as stated, a renewal of an unimplemented planning permission. There's been no change in policy or circumstances since the time of the original application, and therefore it's recommended for as original.
Thank you. Members, you're in session. Councillor Driver.
Should agree in accordance with the report as it's come forward. If there's no change, we've obviously agreed this before.
Everybody happy with that? Okay, thank you.
The committee has determined to approve the application as set out in the report.
Item 15, Lockside Primary School, Lockside Road, Dumfries. Planning application for the erection of 3-storey extension to south elevation of school building to form pupil access. lift installation and associated facilities. Is, you taking this one, David?
Well, I will. Claire's not here, but she's not. No, she's, basically, this is the Lochside Primary School. You've got a 3-storey section and a single-storey one next door with the nursery section. What's proposed is for the central part of the 3-storey building there to have a lift put on, so it will stop at all 3 floors. There'll be toilets built into that as well. Further shot away from it. Plans in plan form looking down. It's elevations, so basically work. Central column here is the new bit to be erected. You can see that it will project out along that. That's the 3 layers of plan form with the new section running along here. And here's so basically it is before yourselves because it is a council application and therefore the council is the applicant and all such applications need to go before committee, but otherwise it's a fairly straightforward proposal.
Members, any questions, or can we approve unconditionally? Agreed? Okay.
The committee has determined to approve the application as set out in the
Number 16, Park of Tongland Golf Centre, Tongland, Kirkcudbright. Planning application for removal of condition 1 of planning permission 11/P/2/0463, condition restricting occupancy to owners, manager or full-time employees of Park of Tongland or dependent of such person. Is you again, David?
No, this is really Judith, because we're rattling through them. We need to get all the case officers over here straight away, but if you can have a 5-minute recess just to get Judith here, that would work.
Comfort break, 5 minutes, folks. Manager or full-time employees of Park of Tongland or dependent of such persons. Thanks for coming, Judith. Over to you.
Thank you. Sorry for being late. This is an application for to remove a condition at Park of Tongland. Park of Tongland is adjacent to the A711, which is the road from the A75 to Kirkcudbright. The site is accessed from the track. You can see the track that comes up and loops round. I could point out that the golf centre is halfway up, and the site is the triangular area at the top of the row of chalets, which have been previously granted permission. Despite the layout on the plan, where it looks like there are gap sites, these are not. Their permission was granted for 4 chalets and 4 have been built, and 1 manager's house. The original application was in 2004, and there was for the manager's house, along with the chalets. These were 2 separate applications, and a revised design application was submitted in 2011, which was granted with the condition on it. This is from the previous application. This is just to let you see the elevations of the revised design chalet, and these are the floor plans. This is a view taken just from the edge of the main road looking up. I couldn't get the golf range in as well. This is showing the edge of the first chalet next to the application site, which would be to the right-hand side of the chalet you can see. This is the work done to date on site. There's a floor slab in. I think it's more of a foundation slab really, because these blocks are actually mortared in, so that would provide the flat level surface for placing the chalet on top of. And this is a view across the site to the neighbouring chalet. The chalets are quite spread out, and you can only really see one. This is a view just taken from the edge of the site, looking back over really towards Castle Douglas. You can see the golf range and the clubhouse building, and the cottage on the right-hand side is down by the edge of the main road. So in conclusion, this dwelling house was granted permission on the basis that it was considered essential at this location to meet the needs of the business, and this was demonstrated at the time. Removal of the condition would be tantamount to the erection of a completely unrestricted new dwelling house in the countryside, which would be contrary to Structure Plan Policy D4 and Local Plan GP15. And for the reasons given in the report, this application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, you're in session. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I asked for this to be brought to committee because it raised a sort of dilemma for the applicant, and I can completely understand why planning officer had to put forward for refusal, because if you went against it, it was contrary to policy, and that's not their remit. And however, I just thought it was quite an interesting thing for maybe members to discuss. I'm sorry there's not more of us here. It's quite a restrictive condition in this case, and the applicant got in touch with me just to see what could be done, because they're a young couple starting out in their married life, and they are part owners of Park at Pangland and responsible for essential running the farm business, and they're presently living in rented accommodation 4 miles away, and that itself was a problem. We had that bad weather in March, because we couldn't get to look at cattle and things. Anyway, never bother. Then they intend to stay, they intend to be there, they intend to work in the stewardship, and they intend to expand the current golf and leisure business, and so we'll be employed doing that. Mrs. Corrie will be employed doing that. Fully intend to sort of have family life there and live at Park at Pangland. The applicant's parents live there, and their problem is a restriction of an occupancy condition, as it makes the project unmortgageable for a young couple. Now, I quite understand that finance is not planning part of the picture. I think, I mean, I am comfortable with policy D4 of the structure plan, because I think it does work on the whole. But I'm also kind of aware of our council's priorities, one of which is to support and stimulate our local economy, which this young couple clearly intended to do if allowed. And we have other council priorities which I printed off today, just to mention. You know, we prepare young people for adult employment. That's what this is going to be. We'll support and stimulate our local economy. This is what we're going to do. We're meant to promote and support young entrepreneurs. We're meant to look after our older people, which is as well in a long time. We're meant to maximise tourist potential. We're meant to improve our local planning system to encourage inward investment and better customers. Lots of council priorities whereby could support our sections. We also want to encourage young people to come and live and work and grow in Dumfries and Galloway. And, you know, we have that within our priorities. And what do we often hear? I have to copy imitation as a sheer form of flattery, I'm led to believe. Councillor Geddes will not be surprised that I'm using one of his quotes, that policies are there to guide us, not to enslave us. And that Dumfries and Galloway is open for business. And I and many of us here, I hope all of us here, would totally endorse both those statements. But by being slightly dogmatic with this condition, we're failing dismally and dramatically to do either for Mr. Corrie. Therefore, I'm suggesting that we make an exception to our policy on housing in the countryside as stated in D4 structure plan and remove condition 1 of the planning application, which is referred to in the papers, by referring to our council's priorities as material, and that they should be given greater weight as material considerations with regard to that condition 1, and that condition be removed as an exception policy. I did, I have to say, ask for help with wording from our
Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at paragraph 1.6 and it's quite contradictory. An email from a prospective lending organisation has been submitted which describes condition 1 as too restrictive for the building society. The applicant considers that himself and his wife would meet the terms of condition 1 of planning permission 11P and has stated that it is unfortunate we're unable to fulfil our wishes to build and occupy the house, despite meeting the terms of the permission. The property would be most likely to become the retirement home of my parents in time, designed with this intention, and would serve as an employee residence thereafter, continually meeting the original intention for construction. So I'm confused at actually why they're looking for permission at all. Are they blaming the building society for no giving them a loan, so meeting their requirements? But if they were going to go into the house, they'd meet that requirement anyway, so that wouldn't be a condition that would affect the building society, I wouldn't have thought. And I'm confused as to why they're actually wanting the house, whether it's for themselves or for their parents.
As I understand it, what they're basically saying here is that they are not able to get a mortgage because of the existence of that condition. And they're saying if you remove that condition, then you'll still get the aims of what we were originally hoping for, namely that they would move into that property and it would only be used by those people. As Judith basically mentioned in the report, I think it's paragraph 4.5, whilst the removal of condition 1 of planning permission, blah, may allow the property to be built, it would also allow for the occupation, lease or sale on the open market to any third parties. So you're entirely taking at face value what you're being told. Unfortunately, history shows that it doesn't always work that way. We've had one too many cases where planning permission is granted for a specific need, and if it's not restricted, then you then find it's on the open market. I'm just coming back for a further permission. We have seen that.
Come back to Chair, just on, I noticed one of these chalets has been sold. Were they allowed to do that under the condition they were built?
Chair, if I can clarify that, the planning permission was separate to this planning permission was separate to the planning permission for the chalet. There wasn't Section 75 legal agreements, so once they had permission for the chalets implemented that, then they were free to sell or lease it to third parties as they saw fit, and they've chosen to do that in this case in respect of that.
Councillor Geddes.
Okay, can I say, sir, I have a very, no surprise, no doubt, but I have a very considerable degree of sympathy for A, for the case that Councillor Galloway has made, but B, if she'll permit me to put it this way, even more importantly for the situation in which this young couple find themselves. I mean, I hear what Mr. Surtees is saying. At the end of the day, there have been occasions in the past where, regrettably, advantage has been taken of the reasonable attitude of the planning authority. I would imagine there will have been instances in the past where that has not always happened. I have no quibbles with the terms of the planning officer's report, and particularly the way in which she presented it. But I would be inclined to go down this particular route, because I'm hearing, in fact, that the couple want to be based here. They want to continue to work in the family business, which is expanding the golf course and developing various aspects of the business. And that, to me, sir, is the important aspect of this. Now, I can understand that it will obviously, it may very well be difficult indeed, to achieve that objective, by virtue of the fact that we've got this condition on it. I do also accept that, if we accept, Councillor Gilroy's submissions, that we are putting ourselves in a situation where, it's almost like one of trust, and it could be taken advantage of, not to say abused, but at the end of the day, if that were to happen, that's the worst possible situation that could happen, that they would act in bad faith and they would sell the property on or whatever. Well, the sky's no likely to fall in as a consequence, Chairman, and I'm not suggesting, by making that remark that, we should be flippant or, dismissive of our own policies. But I think in these circumstances, I've been inclined to support Councillor Roy on this, and if she's moving to that effect, as if I understand she already has, I would second that on that basis.
I'll keep going for the moment. I've got Councillor Thompson to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think the matter in front of us is in fact quite clear cut. It's the condition for planning permission was that it would be, you know, occupied solely, and the reason for that is quite plain. I think if we're minded to go against the recommendation, that would actually open the floodgates for other applications to be made where planning permission would not normally be granted. I'm sympathetic to the applicant, you know, if they have some difficulty in raising the money, but that really isn't a matter for this committee. You know, that is something that they themselves actually need to resolve. And there are plenty of other options, you know, that people can actually obtain money rather than through mortgages, you know, on leasehold arrangements on the business itself. So I'd be, you know, inclined to refuse according to the recommendation, but I'm willing to hear others.
Right. Anybody that hasn't spoken wish to come in before I bring Patty back in? Jane, you want in?
Councillor Thompson has actually stated what I think as well. I think that the planning system should be entirely transparent and it should be applied consistently. And I fail to understand why we should take this particular case as being anything other than in the normal case, the normal course of events. I think we really do make life very difficult for ourselves and leave the public feeling very uncomfortable if we, for reasons which are not entirely clear to me, on planning basis, deviate from our policies. So if Councillor Thompson has made a motion or an amendment, I'm not absolutely sure what it is, I'd be happy.
Anybody else? Councillor McKee?
Chair, if we just draw members' attention to paragraph 4.7, there was a similar claim made, but the reporter concluded that he was not satisfied with the inability to obtain a mortgage with sufficient reason for completely disregarding development plan policy. And I think that's what we've got to really adhere to.
Councillor Gilroy?
I just quite like to get away from the mortgage aspect because I quite understand that is not the thing. I just think we're here, we're meant to be helping people. We're always saying, why do we not have enough young people back starting up a business, starting their families, living here? Well, if we, by our planning policies, are restricting that, then we're not doing a very good job. And I think whilst we need to have policies to follow, I think we need to also have open minds when sometimes that policy isn't actually doing much for the greater good of Dumfries and Galloway. And I think this is the case point when we just need to think, actually, this is not helping. We're meant to be helping. We're meant to be here to enable people to go on with their lives and make a go of it and make this part of the world a really good place to work and grow old in. And this family, they're not fly-by-nights, and I suspect they'll be here when they're 90. They're both local. The families are both here. This is just a helping hand. Turn to the council and say, just look and see if your policy is actually the best thing for the way forward here for a young couple. And our priorities are try and encourage tourism, try and encourage employability, try and open up Dumfries and Galloway for young people to come here, work and live. And in this instance, our policy just say it's an exception. Yeah, I understand that it's not the policy that we want to change. Perhaps every now and then, exception to policy. And that, I think, is the planning committee, what we're here to look at. Otherwise, everything can be delegated, go through policies, and you've no need for planning committees. You know, it's up to us to say, actually, perhaps this policy is not relevant in this case. Thank you for that. So anyway, I think you'll probably all realise that I think this is a good one to make a stand on. It's not something I think will open the floodgates or restrict it. They are going to be working there. They are going to be living there if they can get the money to build the house. If not, rent a house. And we won't have done them anything.
David, you wish to come in before I bring up?
It's really just to say that our policies and interpretation of them have shown that we're open for business because we've allowed them a house where you wouldn't normally allow a house. So they've got a house. Now, if you just said the mortgage issue is not an issue, well, if that's the case, then we've given them the house, and it's a standard restriction which is required by the development plan on there. Without that restriction, we wouldn't have granted it.
Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm actually looking at the inside page of the front one of the Plan Application Committee report, which talks about the degree to which an unacceptable proposal may be made acceptable by imposing conditions as a material consideration. And when you look at the 6 points on that particular thing, is this actually necessary? Well, we've heard that the mortgage isn't a problem, so I don't think it's actually necessary. Is it relevant to planning? Well, planning policy D4, we can put conditions on that that allow that building to be in. We've done that to the previous application. Is it relevant to development to be permitted? Well, when you look at the development of the whole area of the business itself, it may be that the owner of that particular site may be better sited on the particular site. First of all, it's precise, and is it reasonable in all other aspects? I think from looking at this particular report and listening to what people have actually said, I think it's reasonable for us to refuse because of the policy D4. What we have to look at here, and I think it's what Councillor Gilroy and Councillor Geddes are actually saying, is does it fit in with the rest of our policies in Dumfries and Galloway? I think the application itself is a one-off. We cannot do that because people will come back later on and say, you determined this application as a one-off, so therefore precedence has been set. So I think from that particular case, we have to go with the recommendations on this. Albeit we would love to help people, stay and be in business for as long as possible and stay in that. Sometimes the policies of the council and the planning policies don't meet, and I think this is one of these occasions. So I would be going for the recommendation in the application, albeit because we have to.
Anybody else wish to come in, Councillor Geddes?
Are you accepting Councillor Gilroy's motion, sir, as a competent motion? Well, can I suggest, sir, with great difference, there's not going to be a meeting of minds here. We'll just go to the vote and get pushed on. Thanks very much, sir. Thank you.
Then let's vote.
The motion proposed by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Geddes, is to approve the application to Condition 1 as an acceptable. 4. The amendment proposed by Councillor Ted Thompson, seconded by Councillor Maitland, is to refuse as Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Driver. Councillor Geddes. Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Ted Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Witt. That's 2 votes for the motion, 6 for the amendment. 1 of the amendment is carried. Application is
Item 17, Old Mill Grain Store, Milburn Street, Kirkcudbright. Planning application for change of use and partial demolition of store to form 2 dwelling houses. Formation of access and parking. Judith, can you take us through this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is an application for change of use of store to form 2 dwelling houses. This application has come before committee because some of the land is in the council ownership. There have been no representation. This is the location plan. The site is in Kirkcudbright, just across the junction from the former Johnson School. The Milburn runs round the north boundary of the site and goes through a culvert down Milburn. This is the block plan. The application site is split into 2 areas, the existing mill building fronting the road and the parking area at the back. A previous application for the whole area outlined in green was granted in 2012, and this was for the change of use of the mill building to form 2 artist studios and erection of 3 dwelling houses in the land to the rear of the store. This is a drawing showing the dwelling houses which have been granted permission but not built, and the application site, which is the store. There are proposals to remove about 2.7 metres from the bottom end of the store to enable the access to be formed in accordance with roads requirements, and removal of a lean-to at the top end of the store to tidy it up a bit. I got a bit carried away with these drawings, so maybe I have to skip. This is, I've got too many in. This is the existing plans and elevations. The elevation fronting the street is the second one down. A lot of those roof lights are going to be removed, which you'll see in not the next one. Skip that one. That's a ground floor plan layout, which really is repeated. So moving on, this is the proposed elevations. The top elevation is the one fronting the street. You can see the roof lights have been reduced in number to fit in with the layout, and there have been windows put in at the rear, which gives it a bit of a more domestic appearance. Final drawing image is just of a street scene. The top one is the view from Milburn Street. The second one, sorry, the top one is the existing view from Milburn Street. The second one is the proposed view from Milburn Street, and the one at the bottom is a section through the site which shows the new dwelling houses, which doesn't really apply. So there's very little change to the road fronting elevation of the store. This is a view of the store front elevation from Milburn Street. That the lane you can see with the 2 wheelie bins is going to give access. It's going to be widened and give access to the parking area and the new dwelling houses. This is looking up the lane. There's a few houses at the back which should be unaffected by this, and that garage will be staying there. It will be in front of, behind the parking area. This is a view of the back rear elevation of the store. It's a bit overgrown at the moment. This is showing where the parking area would be, just on the grass, leaving that lane existing. And finally, this is looking back down the lane, showing the back of the existing store building. So to conclude, this proposal is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as detailed, and the conditions that are included mainly deal with flooding, which is a bit of an issue, but the previous application included those conditions, and they're recommended on this, as well as roads conditions.
Thanks. Members? Councillor Driver?
Just looking at the reports here and looking at the condition of the building, I think anything that to improve that situation would be good. So I'd just like to go with the recommendations within the report.
Anybody else, any otherwise minded? Okay, then we approve. Thank you.
Decision is to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out in the report.
Item 18, Castle Douglas High School, Dunmuir Road, Castle Douglas. Planning application for erection of vocational training building. Robert, is this yours? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. In the interest of efficiency, I thought it was better if I presented this item rather than have the case officer come through. First picture, this is Castle Douglas High School in the depths of springtime this year. It's a view looking east, showing the site of the proposed building, and that would be in the middle ground, just slightly on the left-hand side. Second one, it's a closer view. It shows the compound. You'll see that almost in the background, with the existing polytunnel on the right-hand side within that compound and the sheds. Those would be moved to accommodate the proposed building. Next photograph, closer view of the site. You can see the polytunnel a lot more clearly here, and that would make way, if you like, for the new building. This is a plan showing the general layout. On the bottom of this slide, the area outlined in red shows where the proposed building is going. In a fainter line that isn't outlined in red, just to the left of that is the location of the new polytunnel. It shows the context of the site and its surroundings. To the northeast, members will note you've got Dunmuir Park Complex, presently under reconstruction, redevelopment. You've got Dunmuir Road on the right-hand side, predominantly residential street, and on the top left-hand corner of this slide, you've got the 75 Trunk Road, and you can obviously get quite a good view of the school site from that road as you pass by. The next slide, this is showing, outlined in red, the location of the proposed building and the cross-hatched area just to the left of that, showing the new compound for the polytunnel sheds, etc., etc. And you've got a couple of footprints there showing a container and an additional shed building just along the blue boundary. That's another slide very similar to the previous ones, just shows the proposed arrangement. This is a floor plan of the proposed building. Internal layout includes toilets, including a disabled toilet, plant room, construction practical area, something called a rural skills area, and general circulation. Design-wise, it's a fairly utilitarian single-storey building with, as you can see, a shallow single-span pitch roof across it. Finishes and dimensions have been itemised in 1.4 of the report, so I'll not bore you with those again. The recommendation is to approve unconditionally. Just as an add-on to this, recent changes in Scottish Government legislation should mean that after the summer recess, we'll see a significant decline in the number of applications that need to come to the committee due to council interest. But that's something for the future. At the moment, because of council interest, we have to refer these applications to the committee.
Unfortunately, it won't affect this one because it's a council application. That's not changing. Judith's last one was land ownership. That wouldn't be.
The recommendation is to approve unconditionally. How do you feel about that, folks? Agreed? Okay.
Decision is to approve the application conditionally as set out in the report.
Item 19, Dalbeattie Day Centre, Burn Street, Dalbeattie. Planning application for change of roof covering and construction of additional section of roofing to northwestern roof slope. Installation of 211 solar panels.
Thank you. I'll just take you to the images of the site first. It's just located at the end of a cul-de-sac, Burn Street, just immediately adjacent to Dalbeattie Burn. That's the front left. That's the entrance lobby as it currently stands. The front right is the same as the front left, but the image didn't make it into the presentation, but you can see it there on the right hand side. Side elevation, looking down the right long elevation from, I'm just on the flood defence there, next to the burn, panning right. That's on the opposite side, next to the car park that serves the property, and that's just panning left, and there's the back. And then just to take you back to the proposed changes. That's as you see it presently in drawing form, and that's as you would see it subject to the alterations. It's very minor, but if you look at the top left, that's the proposed front elevation. You can see, if I take you back to the previous, there's a slight change in roof angle. So what we're going to do whilst re-roofing is actually make it one single roof slope either side, just minor raising of the wall heads on the gables. The roof would canopy over recesses along the long elevation on the burn side. The south facing roof slope in the bottom right would be filled with solar panels, and the feature over the entrance lobby, top left, in the middle there, would be just changed with a double glazed unit. That is the total of the proposed alterations. And obviously, as set out on the report, it's recommended that the proposal is approved. The reasons set out.
Questions? Councillor Maitland?
Can anyone tell me, is there any reason why the edges of solar panels are silver, not black? Is it really just to do with chemical blacking being more expensive? Anything else? Is there any reason? Because aesthetically, actually, it makes quite a difference. If you have just a dark panel as opposed to them all broken up into squares. I
don't think there's anybody here with that knowledge. No. Councillor Witt?
Just wish to be better informed, Chairman. I was quite surprised that 211 solar panels on an area of 127 square metres. Is that correct?
It's correct. I haven't put the actual size of each unit on in the report, but that is as stated in the application.
With that, can we accept the recommendation to approve subject to conditions?
Decision is to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out in the report.
Item 20, land between proposed Blackcraig substation and proposed Meekleham substation, consultation on additional information application to the Scottish Ministers under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the construction of a 132 kV line connected and associated works. Dean, this is yours as well.
Yep, thank you. This is an amendment to a previous proposal that Council was consulted on in 2011. Which the council in that case didn't raise any objections subject to 2 conditions that were recommended in this report. And that proposal was for the full extent of the line between proposed Margery and the consented Blackcraig Wind Farms and the boundary with East Ayrshire. And this proposal is for a slight amendment to the line just south of Carsfern. On that location plan, you can obviously see the annotation Carsfern, and then just below Carsfern is Liggett. The line that's now proposed to be amended is that where you see the kink just to the south, and it's concerned with, well, the requirement for the realignment is because of a land ownership issue with that land where you see the figure 178. It's owned by an individual who bought that land when they were consulting and hadn't been consulted, and in the meantime they found that this line was going to go a straight line through their land, so they went back to Scottish Power, and that's the reason for this amendment. So it relates to 6 pylons, whereas it would have taken a dead straight line, as you can maybe just about make out in the green, that runs through the 178. It's now got to avoid that third party land, so it follows a line to the southwest of it and then crosses directly up to Liggett. So it relates to six pylons, same pylons as previously consulted on, 29 metre towers, lattice towers. So there's no change to the height of the towers, it's just an amendment to the route. Unfortunately, these are taken out of the applicant's environmental statement because of the very wide panorama. They have to be narrowed like that. In the top image, that is the current situation, but it's very dark. Middle image is the proposed realignment as a wire line, and then below that, you'll have to trust me on this, I'm afraid, is a photo montage of the wire line. And that's a comparison between what the council previously commented on and didn't object to, and the proposed alteration in photo montages. But to try and give you a better impression of the land as it currently stands, that's broken up into 2 images of the previous. It's just that's looking from Liggett back in a southwesterly direction towards the land that the third party owns that wanted the pylons to avoid their place, and then panning right back towards Carsfern. So just to sum up, it's 6 pylons, no change in the pylons, just a slight rerouting, and the assessment has concluded that it's negligible impacts on visual landscape grounds and also on cultural heritage issues. So we're just recommending that we don't object, subject to the 2 conditions that we suggest, which were previously suggested. And that's all that's said.
Members, Councillor McKee.
You do think they're coming out a bit with these pylons. There's pylons there on top of the hills. Come in hunting at wanting to put a turbine up there and they say no, and yet they get away with putting pylons up. Why do they not look at a more secluded route? Sure, they could do a lot better than they do.
you want some sort of answer, or are you just having a rant?
In this case, because there is a line there at the moment supported on pylons, on 21-metre high pylons. But because this, I think you may recall, we came to committee about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, with this whole line. It will support an existing line and the proposed line coming from the proposed wind farm and the consented wind farm, so it's having to support higher voltage lines. So the pylons themselves are higher, but they're resited lower down the side slopes of the valley. So compared to what the current situation is, it's pointed out in the environmental statement, and having had our landscape architects look at it, it's actually an improvement in the current over the current situation. And obviously I'm just commenting and writing a report based on the application as proposed.
With that, is there anybody minded against the recommendation? No, then we accept the recommendation.
Decision is to raise no objections subject to conditions as set out in the report.
Thankfully, I have no other business. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your forbearance.
Can I just say, Chair, it was great receiving these papers so early. We were about a fortnight ago we got them, and it doesn't have to give you time to read them. Thank you very much for that.